Hello, beautiful people. What the fuck is Nick doing? Hi, good morning, chat. What the fuck is bro doing? What is this? Why? Okay, whatever. Anyways, chat, how do you do? Big day today. Big day today. We're doing the SKIRK post-release. We're doing the SKIRK quest. We're doing the SKIRK. We're not doing SKIRK though. That would be weird. Okay. Exercise redeem. All right. Ugh. All right. Zyox's big tralala. Thank you for the follow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. All right, chat. Man. Why the fuck did I wake up so early today? I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, I got a glory parade. Nick, what the fuck were you? Okay. As soon as I started stream, I had people in my chat asking what the fuck you were doing, so I went to check and like, bro, what the fuck? Siblings or dating? What do you mean, man? What do you mean, man? Wait, let me followers off real quick. I can explain. Then explain. I'll even let you defend yourself in person.
Bro. I did every other duel, including the lol duel. That's how.
Did you do the bone duel?
No, but I'm not doing the bone duel.
Then, I mean, then you don't have an excuse.
Dude, I did the lol duel, and I got it in like 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
You want to do the bone duel with me?
No, but like, oh sure.
Okay, I feel like I know this, by the way. Like, I've seen this animation.
I have no clue. Wait, that looks like a composer.
No.
Kane.
That's a guy with a big sword.
Fiddlestick. Oh, Viego.
I don't think it's
No,
Viego.
who has a big? I don't know, bro. Who has a big sword?
um... I feel like it could be Garen, but I'm not sure.
No, what? Garen doesn't one-hand his sword, does he?
It wasn't Garen. What the fuck is this? He went limp with his big sword.
Bro, what if it's just Viego?
You think so?
I don't know. I quit before he came
It
out, but it
wasn't
looks like Viego.
Viego. Fiddle? That can't be Fiddle.
Wait, what if it is Trundle?
It is Trundle, actually, you're right!
Bro, you play Trundle.
I only use his W, or his E.
Okay, what?
Oh, I got jump scared by that, what the fuck? I remember spamming this thing to taunt enemies. And he's like,
get it.
poo, poo, poo. Anyways. Yeah,
I need to go to bed,
explain
bro.
yourself. What were you doing?
I did literally every duel that I was on the ranked duel website. So I clicked, I did Valorant, I did Genshin, I did Overwatch, and I said, fuck it, I'll do one quick siblings are dating because I'm curious. And then I did like 4, and then I stopped. I just had to see what it was about.
Sure. By the way, did you see? Did I tell you what the last 4-star I got was on the EU account?
No, what'd you get?
Chongyun C1.
Oh, dude, Chongyun carried. I did a 4-star SKIRK with 4-star clear. Chongyun was actually like the best 4-star by far.
I didn't use Chongyun for mine.
Dude, Chongyun is goated.
I used Kaya, Lila, and Candace.
That does make sense. I fucking hate Layla. I'm radicalized.
Yeah, I do too. But the thing is that my healers aren't leveled, so I can't use Finale. So I need to use Eshu. So I need a shielder. But I can't use.
Cheated. I cheated on weapons. I would have to do the same.
What weapon did you use?
I didn't change, so probably Azure.
Oh my god! And he calls it
I had
a
like
4-star
20
all
seconds spare
clear.
though, to be fair.
I
But
mean,
also, it's kind of fake. Like no one's pulling SKIRK with that, like at a level of investment that's high enough to clear with
okay.
4-star supports without a better team. Like it's kind of not real.
If you started playing this patch, you could actually get enough investment to clear this.
I mean, you would have to be. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Get a
you know
decent build going with SKIRK, C0, R1.
It's not. You need more than a decent build.
Okay, you need to understand my finale of the Deep Galleries build is dog shit. And I still got it. If I had Azure Light, it would be fucking free. You'd be AR3. My account that I started 2 weeks ago is AR50.
That is not. Listen, bro, you are not normal.
That's not very nice.
No, not in a mean way. Like, do you think a Twitch streamer is normal?
That's mean.
Is that what you mean in a mean way? Like you play this for a job?
Oh yeah,
so
not in a mean way, but honestly, you're a loser, and also fuck you.
Okay, we both play this game for a job. Like that's all I'm saying. Like it's not like we're normal people.
Acting like he streams more than once every fucking new moon.
Okay, I do. Also, I did the letter dude, I did the letter 1v1 against chat where I guess and then they guess. They got on the first one.
Deserved.
It was kind of fucked up. Wait, do you want to do a letter 1v1 or is it the same for everyone?
It's the same for everyone.
Ah, fuck. Okay, what if we 1v1, but you choose my letter too?
That's no.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed at 7 a.m. I'm like
Okay.
so tired.
You have a good night, buddy.
Thank you. Have fun with your stream.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Good night.
Can't believe I fucking listened to this loser for 5 minutes. How do you guys even manage to like watch a whole stream? I guess you don't. You know, you should we should call Zylox Theseus, because there's the chat of Theseus, where like a chatter leaves and a new chatter comes in every minute, and so like you or every second, and so you come back like an hour later and none of the chatters are the same, because no one can stand him for more than like 30 minutes. Anyways. I'd watch his stream for longer if he streamed at normal hours. I mean, it kind of is normal hours, isn't it? I don't like how you're implying that the reason why you don't watch his stream is not because he's a loser and cringe. I don't like that implication. Anyways, chat, let's just farm our resin. Real quick. Real quick. I wonder if a SKIRK burst one-shots for me. Probably not. Oh yeah, I can do this, I forgot. Hmm. 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 What do I want? I want TTDS, I guess. Let's get Molani going. Actually, no. I think Sitlali's better here. Since we're not bursting, we'll end up with a Hydro Aura. What's going on? Right, I guess I yoinked my builds. Right. Goodbye, Lila. That's not it. That's not it either. What the frick? What the frick? Oopsie. But this Kirk build is also cooked, isn't it? Yeah. I guess it is what it is. That's the wrong order for units. Whatever. If I do this, and then this, and then this, yeah, we're fine. I do need a second Void Rift, though. There we go. Oh, wait, I don't have a healer. I can't bring... Can't bring Finale if I don't have a healer. Oh. Would have been really funny if that was on the other set. First, let's just... guess we do this. Second, let's brace ourselves for disappointment. Third, we go again. I wonder if it's better to just start with a holy on SKIRK, so we don't have to wait for Void Rifts. No, it is not. No, it is not. Wow. Wow. Eh. No. Nope. Wait for the second rift. Yoink the second rift. Big. No. 3 more. Only 3 more. Which is better for power DPS against Tulpa? Seat Lolly, Shred, or Nahida EM? Generally, Seat Lolly will be slightly better. But they're both good. Quest or post-release first? Quest first, most likely. Come on. I wonder if it would be faster to just, like... Oh, what the heck? I didn't crit on one of my hits. I wonder if it would be faster to just use the normal mode. I don't think so, but maybe. So post-release in like 6 hours? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's gonna be a long stream today. Yeah, that was a little bit slower. Although this does let me use modulate, so maybe that would be better. Yeah, whatever. We're out of resin anyways. Ooh, double pre-lock. Meh. The roll crit? It does not. We might as well roll this as well. See if this one rolls crit. Probably won't. Yeah. Goodbye. Do I ever try to level this? Just in case. Alright. What about this? This could roll well, right? Nah, not really. Attack percent? Could be an upgrade to my finale build. So far so good. Looking pretty solid. Just don't roll defense. Like that. That's a pretty big upgrade. I'm off piece on the feather right now. It's a massive deal. What do I go off piece on now? Probably Goblet? No, Circlet. Is this maybe? This? Probably just use this, that way I'm not yoinking from a character I care about. Crit ratio is a little scuffed, but I guess it's fine when I'm using Eshu, right? This is plus 16. So I'm at 76, plus card resonance, 91. That's not bad. Okay. Roll the 4-liner with 7.8 crit damage? Where? This? But this isn't gonna roll well. Because it's only starting with 1 roll, so it caps out as a 6 roller. I mean, I'll get up to 4 just for fun, but then we stop. Alright. Limbo, stop trying to say low. Alright, Chad, that was not like a signal to start spamming low for everyone. Alright? Come on, guys. And here I was, believing in you, expecting great things from you. But no! No! You gotta be an idiot and cringe. Alright, chat. Have anything here? No. Is it really good? No. She's not awful, but she's not good. She's not good, she's the best. Gladdy. Surely. Alright, any helpers in the chat that wanna come help me do this quickly? Oh. Why are you going Wanderer? That'll do, I guess. Not as good as a Pyro, but it'll do. Oh. Limbo. I don't know if we do. Maybe our banger emote is that? I'm not sure. But yeah. Yeah, it is. Dog shit. Garbage. Awful. Lore accurate, Goba clear. True. Oh my god. Wait, that was 5 seconds? Really? There's no shot. Complete dog shit. Was Shaska's best team for the Papilla and Stygian if Maui for Premium is taken by another chamber? That's a good question. Maybe it's just... Oh yeah, Inefa's coming out soon. So it's definitely Inefa. But what Hydro would you want? Because if you're not running Bennett... You want to use Inefa on the Cactus? That is true. That is true. That is very true. So maybe... Maybe it's just Escoffier, right? Dog shit. Alright, come on. This is gonna be the double. I believe in this one. I believe in this one. Come on. We got a triple, not even just a double. Okay? I mean, that's the wrong set. Fuck you, but okay. Me trying to build any character other than Moalani. Fucking hell, dude. Is this gonna be good for Joska's teams? She's fine. She's one of the options you can do. We got a 3-second clear, that's insane! Holy. All Guoba. Another one. My god. Like the latest minus 15k? Sure. Nah. Well, okay. Sure. Fine. Shit. Oh. Wait, you can't kick players? Okay, whatever, man. Game sucks. Refresh chat? Okay, I will. given. See, save me, save me. See, save. It's really funny that we still haven't done this, by the way. But I don't need to. Like, I'm probably, this is probably staying 6 out of 10 until the next leyline disorder. You think I'll hide them and hit a right on Fitchel to clear level 5 Tulpa? 100%, yes. Without too much of a problem. I cleared that shit yesterday with Nahida, Kuki, Ororon, DMC. So you'll be fine. Bro mode is kind of peak? It is. It's a really good one. Press J. Oh yeah, I guess there's a lot of people that are new here. And that are getting their first exposure to the J account. Oh. I don't even know if I have that achievement. Oh, I definitely don't have that achievement on main, do I? It's the Chongyun account? I mean, you're not wrong. I do have 2 bells and a C1 on my Chongyun. And... okay. I don't think we'll do any progress on this account today, though. We just did our resin spending, and I think that's gonna be it. We might log back in towards the end of the stream to spend resin again, though. Because I don't think I'm gonna be streaming this early tomorrow as well. And I don't want to cap. But... SKIRK quest time. I think we do a little bit of SKIRK testing before the quest. People were glazing N2Q for SKIRK combos, so I kind of want to give it a shot. What was it that they were doing? N2Q and then what? I don't remember. N2Q, N3, and how do you do N3, N5? That's not how that works. Like N3W? I think you're just making things up right now.
이건 어때?
담벼라. 선멸 와라.
This is definitely not good. This is shit. I believe it was N2QJ. Okay, you guys are just making things up. You see my DM about that in Discord yet? I don't know. Did I? Maybe? When did you send it? You think SKIRK wall cancels are really worth learning? No. This? Okay, we don't need to see the whole setup, man. Yeah, I mean, that's just the normal combo, is it not? It's N5Q. Then another 3 N5s and N3 in a charge attack. It's free energy after last charge attack. What do you mean? Oh, what? Oh, wait, you're right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me see if I can reproduce it. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure reproduced it. Okay, wait. There's also something I want to check. Let me. Okay. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
미안.
Fuck.
녀석.
Thank you for the 6 months in advance. That's crazy. Okay, so.
얌전히 있어.
Okay, it's fucking Collies. I have to actually set up my bursts. Game sucks.
얼어붙어라. 이 순간은 영원하게
넘쳐 흐른다.
Yeah, so you guys can't see it because my Spotify's in the way. You can actually catch Serpent Subtlety from leftover Void Rifts. Which is pretty nice. But it doesn't really matter, does it? In most situations, it won't matter. But I guess that's nice to know. Be useful in the split rotations? No, because the split rotations don't need more void rifts. They want cooldown, right? If you finish a chamber with this, then you might have enough on the next chamber. Like, wait, let me show you. Let me just get the energy on KO real quick. He's proc the Fav, you fucking worthless idiot.
얼어붙어라.
방해하지 마세요.
미안. 이건 어때?
비켜. 수호를 선멸한.
Right, you do this, it makes it so that even if you don't have Void Rifts, right, when you start your next chamber, you can hold E, and then do your setup,
감기 조심.
whatever setup you need,
하지 마세요. 차가운 덤벼라.
and then you can do burst.
물결의 손을 가라앉아.
Oh, I didn't do it well this time, but yeah. The problem is that that's very, very rarely gonna matter. Free road to that rotation? No, because if you kill the enemy in the middle of your E, it doesn't work. This is something that can only happen if you kill the enemy, or sorry. You can only generate that Serpent Subtlety after your skill is over, if your skill expires. You need to leave the 7-phase flash mode in the middle of your charge attack animation. So you need to either run out of Serpent Subtlety, or have the duration expire as your charge attack goes off. But that means you need to get to the end. Which means if the enemy doesn't have that much HP remaining, you're gonna have to stare at him for a while. Are these times Dire or Fearless? This was a 2-cost Fearless. This was Fearless with only 2 5-stars. I tried to do it with only 1, because I know it's like technically possible, but I don't think my artifacts and my gear is good enough for that. I was looking at the 1-cost clears I saw, and I did not have builds anywhere close to as good as theirs, so I don't think it's happening. Is there no way to exit 7-phase flash manually? You can swap, but I tried and it doesn't work. Because you need the mode to expire in the middle of your charge attack animation, and that's not gonna work if you manually exit the mode, because you can't manually exit the mode in the middle of an animation.
비켜. 넘쳐 흐른다.
Right, like, that doesn't work. Because the swap gets buffered and you just end up swapping after your charge attack is over.
보사자. 가라앉아.
And you don't end up with any absorbed Serpent Subtlety. That's really good to know, though. Like, it's generally not gonna matter, but sometimes it will. So it's useful knowledge. Useful tech. Don't know walled limb. Okay, bro, this limbo guy, alright? I tell him something mean in his chat, he complains. I tell him something nice, he dono walls me. Okay? You're never allowed to complain about me being mean to you again, Limbo. Alright? Never again. He was talking about me. I don't care. That doesn't change the facts. Looking at chat history. Okay, buddy. I'll leak my chat history right now. Limbo sauce. He did don't know what your compliment. I was there. I know he did. I was there too. I don't even have 999 messages. That's crazy. Alright. So I said time to healing mode Farina loser because he was trying to figure out what teams to use and he didn't have a good healer available. And he was like, oh, why are you so mean to me? And I said, it's because I'm jealous of your beautiful hair. And he just donawalled me. And then I said, Limbo, donawalled my compliments, I will go back to insults. And he donawalled that too. And so I went back to insults. Deserved! Deserved! Okay. There's something I wanted to check. Where's this stuff here? I don't want it to reset. I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, bet. He doesn't do anything on the first rotation, but it's fine. We're not looking at damage, by the way. I want to check rotation stuff. So... maybe this is better. Because the charge attack is so bad to use. Yeah, maybe it is. Try to do 20-second rotations where you don't finish the string. Instead of 22-second rotations where you do. Let's give a lot of energy for now. Since we're not actually testing the damage, we're just testing the rotations. You know what? We can get one more 5 on this team. Just wait a little bit. Alright, so If you do the tight rotations where everything goes off as soon as possible, without Milani Burst, and you don't do a Tart Attack on SKIRK, there's probably cooldown left on Farina when you swap back to her. Yeah. But if you add the Milani Burst, there isn't.
냉동해야겠어. 가라앉아.
Right? If we do...
찬송하렴. 내 이름으로 천천히 궁극의 맛을 보여줄. 더 빠르게. 짜잔. 행운은 넘쳐 흐른다. 헛 힘. 헛.
Yeah, this is perfectly 20 seconds.
아뮤즈분 힘 기록에 가자. 날아라 상어. 가라앉아. 힘.
Fuck.
등장. 내 이름으로 노래. 미와 맛 폭발. 더 빠르게. 짜잔. 행운은 선멸한다. 와라. 헛. 짜잔! 온 세상을 따겠어. 천천히 궁극의 맛을 보여주기. 가자. 거친 파도가. 힘.
Why isn't that sometimes I'm getting more?
미와 맛 폭발. 리프트. 짜잔. 행운은 와라.
Sometimes I'm getting 4 and 5, sometimes I'm getting 3 and 5s, 1 and 4. And I really can't tell what the difference is. Like, I can tell what the difference between 4 and 5 is. You know that's not what I mean, chat.
넘쳐 흐른다. 힘. 헛. 헷. 곁. 아이, 반짝이는 순간. 냉동해야겠어. 힘 기러기에 날개 더 빠르게. 날아라 상어. 힘.
I guess I'm not spamming hard enough.
등장.
Oh. That's definitely it.
와라.
Here we're gonna get 4.
짜잔. 내 이름으로
Oh, you bet, chat. We found some optimization.
더 빠르게.
We found some optimization, chat.
가라앉아. 와라. 헛. 곁. 등장. 온 세상을 따겠어. 천천히 미와 맛 폭발. 거친 파도가 넘쳐.
Fucked it up there, though.
힘.
I did it too early.
짜잔. 내 이름으로 노래하리. 냉동해야겠어.
But I got it right this time. As you can see, right, I'm swapping back to SKIRK. I have a little bit of Serpent Subtlety already. Okay, chat, this might be the new optimal combo. Charge attack every other rotation. Ah, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't like this. Okay, we gotta calculate, yeah. So But I'm used to the old one. I know, right? Attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier. The idea, by the way, here is, if charge attack sucks to have to do, and a lot of your buffs don't actually last that long, so the last part of your uptime generally tends to be a bit worse than the early parts. So cutting off your rotation early might be a little bit better, especially if you can do that while removing the charge attack. Something like Mona. Mona is one of the things, yeah. Anyways, so damage percent. We'll have multiple sources of damage percent for a lot of these. Good value, good multiplier. Effective attack 1, effective attack 2. Motion value 1, motion value 2. Damage, DPS. Okay. So, SKIRK base attack is 359, right? Let's close some of these things. Yeah, 359. And for now, we can look at some pretty default stuff. What should be the most default thing we can look at? I'm gonna sneeze. Molani. Molani is the most default thing we can look at, so we'll use Finale. 24%, 46.6, 27.6. We start with the old combo. 40. From non-full uptime TDDS. 20 from TOM. 20 from substats. Flat attack. We can assume about 20k HP, right? No, in these teams she has more because of Hydro Resonance. I do have a decent amount of HP percent subs though. Maybe 21k? 22k? I think 22k is probably reasonable. Damage percent. What do we got? Finale? No, sorry. Marie-José. About half uptime on her passive. This thing. What else we got? What else we got? We got Cinder City. We got Fanfare. We got Cryo Goblet. That should be it. There aren't two sources of damage here. Crit value. 98.4. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. What else? We have nothing from weapon. We have Marie-José. We have Cryo Resonance, but it won't be full uptime. It'll be pretty good uptime though, with only one off-field Hydro. Let's say 10% average crit rate. Okay. Effective attack 1. Effective attack 2. Motion value 1. Alright. So the old combo, I think I've settled on Entussi for the charge attack. I'm pretty sure that's what you want to do in most cases. So 1.7 times 5 times 262.6 plus 236.8 plus 4 times 149.7 times 2 plus 159.2 times 2 plus 388.7 times 4. No, I already did the times 4. I'm an idiot. Plus 88 point... No. This is 88.1 times 3. And we have 55 shred. And this is a 22-second rotation. Okay. Then what else do we have? We have Escoffier. Okay. 347. What weapon do we give her in this team? Does she need Fav? Well, you always want Fav, even when you don't need Fav, so fuck it. We go Fav. Attack percent, 46.6 times 2. TOM. Substats. Is that it? I think that's it. Flat attack. Damage percent. We have 70% from Golden Troop. We have Fanfare. We have Cinder City. On the burst. We don't have this. We don't have a lot of fanfare. 60, maybe. Crit value. She is crit ascension, but she doesn't have this. Yep. Yep. Effective attack. Okay. Now, damage is 216 times 11. No. Times 10. No. It hits every second. I'm an idiot. Times 20. Or is it times... It's times 19 plus... No, it's times 20. Is it 20 or 19? I forgot. We're not level 11. I always assume that stuff is level 9, so... Anyways. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It is 20. Cool. Times 20 plus 90.7 plus 60.5. Burst 1007.8. Damage DPS. Moalani. This is SKIRK. This is Escoffier. This is Moalani. 185 HP percent. You probably don't go HP Goblet, right? 25%, 20%, and 35.9 from TDDS, I believe. $35.2. Oopsie. Okay. Flat HP is going to be about 5k. Total HP about 40k. That really do be a lot, huh? Damage percent. It's probably around 200. Fanfare, because we're right after Escoffier. We do have this. And we have the Goblet. Crit value. Exact same as Escoffier, I believe. Also crit Ascension. Also not a crit weapon. No. Her stuff is all hitting on Cryo Aura, so slightly more from Cryo Resonance. Effective HP. Motion value. 15.62 plus 7.81 and 99.3 plus 15. And finally, Farina. Farina, base HP, 15,307. At HP percent, we go HP main stat on the Goblet. Yup. Damage percent, gonna be pretty similar to what Molani has. We don't have this, but instead we have... No. Oh, we also have TOM. Oopsie. And then we also have 28%. Yeah. Damage percent 2. Does not have the 28%. Crit value. Same as this. No. Same as Molani. Farina's pretty much only ever hitting on enemies that have Cryo Aura. Because enemies only stop having Cryo Aura when Farina hits them. So she's gonna have really good uptime on Cryo Resonance. Effective attack. Or effective HP, rather. This. Motion value in 20 seconds. No, in 22 seconds. So, 14. No. Let's start with the small one. 5.82 times 14, I guess. 10.73 times 6. And 14.92 times 4. Maybe you get 7 in 22 seconds. I should count them again, shouldn't I? Whatever. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm not counting the right one. I'm counting the horse. I should count the usher. Oopsie. I know how many the horse is hitting. That's the wrong character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe? Maybe you get 7 instead of 6? Sure. Usher is 8 or 9. We're not counting 30 seconds. This is a 22-second rotation. Honestly, I don't know if you get the... You probably don't, honestly. You probably get 6 on both a 20 and a 22-second rotation. The breakpoint doesn't line up well for the 22-second one, but it doesn't matter that much, honestly. Anyways, we also have the E initial cast, 14.2. Oops. And finally, we have the burst initial cast, which is 19.4. Total is 124k. As it turns out, the better SKIRK combos are kind of good. That's crazy. Okay, maybe we need to adjust stuff a little bit. For energy requirements. I might be a little bit too optimistic here. It is double fav, but probably need a little bit of energy nonetheless. Do I have an energy sheet somewhere? Probably. Yeah. So... Escoffier... Yelan... No, there's no Yelan. Escoffier, Farina, and Molani. We're only doing one Molani skill this time. I don't really want to do the exercise redeem right now. I'm sorry, I'm busy. Molani skill is 5, right? No, it's 4.5. And then Escoffier is... How much is Escoffier again? Is it 4? It's 4. I know it's 4. SKIRK is 4 too, right? Or is it 5? Fucking hell, man. I'm an idiot. It's 4, yeah. Okay. Arena 1, 6 plus 4.5. 6. Different element. 1, 6 plus 4.5. 0, 8. 0, 8. 5 particles. Yup. Okay, SKV ER requirements are trivial. Farina ER requirements are trivial. Molani ER requirements are non-trivial. Wait, I'm an idiot. This is 60. That's still low enough for the 5 subs plus a couple subs, so it's fine. This is 60, so we're fine. This is 60. No. It's 54, because we get a Cinder City refund. 130. I guess that one can lose a couple offensive stats. Sure. Sure, let's assume that. Alright, now let's take a look at the 20-second rotation one instead of the 22. So, things are a little bit different in this one. You do alternate rotations, where on the first rotation, you only get 3 and 5s. But on the second one, you get 2. Or you get 4. You also only get the charge attack every other rotation. But you also get slightly better uptime on your stuff. TTDS is now lasting for the whole rotation. Average fanfare on SKIRK stays fairly similar. What else is there? Crit value, no, that's fine. The damage, yeah, the damage percent from her passive is now affecting a slightly larger portion of her damage. Just barely, but still. Okay, SKIRK damage is exactly the same. We still get everything. Farina is exactly the same. Or, sorry, Milani is exactly the same. Farina goes down a little bit because we get a couple less hits in total. Honestly, realistically, this one probably gets 15. Okay. But the rotation is now 2 seconds faster. So it's better. Yep, new combo's better. Okay, cool. Dies of cringe. Let's explain the new combo. So, by default, right, if you spend all the time you need on SKIRK, right, and you just do normal attacks. You just spam normal attacks with infinite serpent subtlety. You can do 4 full N5s and then an N3. Problem is, you can't actually do that because you don't spawn in with full serpent subtlety, right? So there's a few things you need to add. Because you need a way to regain your serpent subtlety. Because if you don't regain any serpent subtlety, 1 N5, 2 N5, and 3. That's not good. That's way too bad. That's awful. You don't want that. But there is a middle ground. And that middle ground is what happens when you just absorb 3. And as you can see, we get 3 full N5s and then an N4. Here's the thing, though. If you do that, but then after the N4 you add a charge attack, let's generate a couple void rifts before we start. I did it after the N5 there because I got luckier, I guess, I don't know. You can end up using it, okay, if you buffer SKIRK's charge attack before or like in the middle of an attack, but even after your skill has expired, as long as you're still in the middle of an attack, I'm pretty sure it works. Yeah, there you go. You could see that the skill expired in the middle of, like, towards the start of my N4 animation, but because I started inputting the charge attack while that animation was going through, it registered. Okay, I need to explain this more technically, I think. SKIRK's skill stays active throughout the last animation. If you start the attack animation while it's active, it'll stay active for the rest of the animation, even if the timer or the serpent subtlety runs out in the middle. On top of that, you can buffer Skirk's charge attack during any of her attacks, and it'll immediately follow the charge attack up. The thing is, you're also allowed to buffer the charge attack in the middle of an attack, even if the attack you're currently doing is getting extended. Even if your skill has expired, but your attack is still cryo-infused because you started it before it did, as long as you charge attack buffer before the end of that animation, the charge attack will also extend that uptime. Right? But your skill duration has expired, which means you've already cleared your Serpent Subtlety. So if you generate Serpent Subtlety by absorbing Void Rifts with that charge attack that you buffered after your skill expired, that Serpent Subtlety does not get cleared. You can keep it. And so the idea behind this rotation is to throw away the default charge attack and just do the charge attack to gain Serpent Subtlety for the next rotation. And then on the next rotation, ignore the charge attack entirely. Alright, so first rotation. You just buffer the charge attack after the N4. Second rotation. You don't need to do charge attacks at all. And you can even do the full 4 N5s plus N3 if you want. Maybe that is better to do, actually. But maybe not. Alright, if we add the motion value from doing the plus N3, but we increase our rotation length to 21, it's not better. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty similar, though. But another interesting thing here is that if you just don't do the charge attack at all... Oops. Bro. Yeah, if you just don't do the charge attack at all, right? No charge attacks whatsoever. It's still about as much DPS as if you did the, quote-unquote optimal combos. So the charge attack really just sucks, man. Fucking hell. I knew the charge attack sucked. I didn't know it sucked this much. Because, a lot of the time... finishing the whole, upper limit of SKIRK strings isn't necessary because your buffs are back off cooldown before that. Best part is this makes C1 worse. Yeah, let's not talk about that, man. I mean, it doesn't really make it that much worse, actually. right? Because like if you wanna do a C1 rotation, all you do is something pretty similar to what you're doing right now, with that like charge attack extension. Bro.
짜잔! 드리프트! 현!
Right? You get to like absorb your Verdrits there.
천천히! 긴 기러기에 날갯짓 더 빠르게!
I didn't use Karina E again. I'm an idiot.
등장! 반짝이는 순간! 안면
You can just add the charge attack at the end. It's not that big of a deal.
짜잔! 행운의 판! 힘! 아이, 온 세상을 따뜻하게! 천천히 궁극의 맛을 보여줄 가자! 날아라 상어! 선멸한다. 힘!
See. Yeah. Buffering the charge attack is actually a lot better than I expected it to be. Okay. Can you swap cancel it? No, you can't. That would actually be really good if you could. You can kind of swap cancel some of her attacks though. Like you can't really swap cancel them, but you can input the swap pretty early.
가라앉아.
You know? Like, that's pretty early that you can swap. Let's see how early you can swap. I don't think you can swap much earlier than that. Yeah, if you swap that early, it just doesn't go through. What about the other attacks? Like 4? Yeah, you only get the first hit if you do that. Okay, never mind. But you can swap really early after the 5.
가라앉아.
Oh no! I did it too early. No, this rotation is not 22 seconds. It's 20. Pay attention to Farina cooldown. We're not for the first rotation because the first rotation is fake.
와라.
Okay. So second rotation, right? Because we don't have burst, so our setup is shorter.
긴 기러기에 날갯짓. 드리프트! 거친 파도가! 와라.
Ah, I did it. Whatever. It's pretty much the same. You can see that my Farina skill still is on a 0 point something cooldown when I swap to her.
보여주지. 가자. 짜잔. 행운의 판. 가라앉아. 와라. 등장.
Like, this is pretty much exactly on the dot 20 seconds.
더 빠르게.
I didn't...
파도가.
Whatever.
와라. 현. 짜잔.
Is this Yelan stonks? I suppose it is. Not just Yelan, though. It's everyone's stonks. There is no character that's happy with 22-second rotations. Not a single one. Shenhe's stonks. Actually, Shenhe's probably the only character that doesn't really get stonks because her best team is still... Like, her best rotation is still gonna be the split rotation one. This is a buff to every non-split rotation team. And it makes Shenhe's non-split rotation team better, but probably not better enough to be better than her split rotation team. Yayimiko has a 22-second burst cooldown. Yeah, and Yayimiko is known for her amazing synergy with SKIRK. That's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, we can look at how the rotations line up with Yelan too. I don't mind. Get a lot of ER. Get the high level 5.
아프다고 울지 마. 넘쳐 흐른다.
It's just first rotation without energy bullshit. Annoying, but it is what it is. Oh, okay, that was cringe.
회수 마무리 작업.
Yeah, SKIRK's, Yelan's animations are a little bit faster than Walani, so we even have a little bit of wiggle room in this one.
얽혀들어라. 날 찬송하렴. 내 이름으로 노래하렴.
Okay? I wonder if it's ever enough wiggle room to add a Yelani. Ooh, wait.
회수. 천천히. 잡았다. 짜잔! 반짝이는 순간.
Probably not, right?
흰 기러기에 날 마음을
Yeah, no.
작업 끝. 선멸한다. 힘. 헉. 헉. 온 세상을 따뜻한 암묘 미와만 어떤 수가 나오려나?
It's not 2 seconds of wiggle room. Okay, that's fine. Okay, who else? Maybe I wonder how this works with the attack speed givers, but I'm gonna need to do more attack speed testing, won't I? Shit sucks. Look at Chongyun.
날 냉동해야겠어. 내 명을 받들라.
I'm an idiot, but it's fine.
곁.
My sack didn't proc. I wonder how you want to do this. Probably not like this. I don't think you care that much about the attack speed at this point. 8% is just not enough to make a major difference. I mean, I can look at Dahlia's stuff, but I'm kind of cooked because of my energy. Or sorry, because of my level. Because of my level. My Dahlia's not leveled enough. That's almost 40k. I guess it is what it is.
냉동해야겠어.
Gonna wait for bursts. So.
짜잔! 반짝이는 순간. 아뮤즈 부스 미와 만.
더 신나게 치.
2, 3, 4, 5 in 20 seconds still. Okay.
냉동해야겠어. 궁극의 맛을.
What about the rotation that doesn't start boosted? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Does SKIRK have 0 elemental energy by default? Yes, she does.
짜잔! 점 처리. 등장! 반짝이는 순간. 아뮤즈 부스 미와 만. 폭발.
더 신나게 바람 선멸한다. 와라.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get N2. Okay, let's take a look at that. So, with Dahlia instead, we have like 0 damage from him. We lose the TTDS. We gain Noblesse. We lose Cinder City. But in exchange for all that, we gain good amount of strings. It's always at least 4 full strings. And then every other rotation, it's another full string. But otherwise, it's plus N2. Which is... how many? It's 4.5. Yeah. The fuck have I done? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so it's not quite as good here, for sure. Whereas the current default Dahlia rotations, you didn't put Eshu, I did not put Eshu, you're right. I'm an idiot. The current 22 second rotations with Dahlia, how do they look like again? I forgot.
냉동해야겠어.
가라앉아. 와라.
No.
짜잔! 온 세상을 따뜻하. 아뮤즈 부시. 궁극의 맛을 보여.
수압감. 와라.
곁.
That was awful.
등장.
But that was a misplay.
이는 순간. 이와만 폭발.
더 신나게 바람.
Am I an idiot? I think I'm an idiot, chat. What the fuck is going on with in my brain, in my head? Nothing.
천천.
Empty, no thoughts.
와라.
Ah, I started with fucking Serpent Subtlety again. I'm an idiot. I have to get rid of it.
넘쳐 흐른다.
Okay.
짜잔! 온 세상을 따뜻하. 냉동해야겠어. 흰 기러기의 날개.
재밌는 것 갑니다. 선멸한다. 와라.
2, 3. Okay. So you can't even get 5 and 5s without cons on Dahlia, can you? That's crazy. That means this is a lot better for Dahlia, doesn't it? At least for non C6 Dahlia. Will I need to borrow an account to do testing on C6 Dahlia? Probably, right? Because this motion value This is barely more. Because the charge attack is even worse on the Dahlia rotation. So this like charge attack extension thing might be more significant for Dahlia than for other characters. Like, that's a pretty big fucking upgrade, you know? Alright! Any C6 Dahlia owners in the chat? No. Alright, bet. If you own C6 Dahlia and would be willing to lend me your account for testing, send me a DM on Discord. C6 Dahlia and SKIRK owners. No one has C6 Dahlia without SKIRK. Alright. Okay, we got a few people already that offered, so I think we'll go Dragon God's account. But thank you to all the people that offered. What region are you again? Asia, okay. I don't think that matters here. What are we doing right now? We're testing some new SKIRK findings. They're not actually new, but they're new to me. And they might mean that Dahlia is the best unit for SKIRK. Who knows? We'll have to see. I'll say one really nice thing about Onslaught is having testing domains, basically. Like, sure, you don't have the energy, but honestly, when it comes to testing multiple rotations of stuff, it doesn't matter. Where is Dahlia? Duh. He has enough HP to proc his thing. We do have a reasonable amount of ER as well, but can't have too much. No such thing as too much ER. Okay. Oh, that's not the order I'm used to. I'm gonna fuck it up, aren't I? Yeah. I mean, first one doesn't matter.
가라앉아. 힘.
날 찬송하렴. 반짝이는 냉동해야겠어. 궁극의 맛을 보여줄.
더 신나게 바람신을.
2, 3, 4, 5.
재밌는 것 갑니다. 페보니우스의 수호.
Fuck! Okay, I need to change the order. That was supposed to be Farina. There you go.
처리.
와라.
So,
내 이름으로 노래하렴. 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
수압검.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
짜잔! 온 세상을 따뜻하게. 아뮤즈 부스 미와만 폭박.
신의 가호가 함. 와라.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a second. This is C2 SKIRK, isn't it? Fuck. It needs to not be C2. C2 gets more Serpent Subtlety, so it makes the combos different. Shit. Okay. Is there someone who owns C6 Dahlia but not C2 SKIRK? I guess there isn't, right? Is C6 SKIRK fine? No. I do, but my Dahlia is level 20. No! Me? Oh, Pog. Okay. If you're willing to lend me your account, send me a DM on Discord. Zajef77. Damn. Unlucky. Unlucky. Logged in just to put everyone on Fabi. Yup. We might just not be able to, huh? I guess we could make do without it. Yeah, I guess we can simulate C6 Dahlia. Alright, well, thank you for being willing to lend me your account, even if it didn't work out too well. At least give back the weapons? No. I've made their account better. So, how much is level 20 Mika? 13. The problem is that it doesn't last for more than 12 seconds. So I guess the fact that Mika plus Dahlia is a little bit more is fine then. The problem is gonna be not dying. Because now I don't have off-field cryo. Where's Mika? Hey, you go DPC? I don't own 4 artifacts of DPC. I'll go menacing. No. I'll go hard. No, I can't go hard. Hard is actually gonna get one shot. Even if I ungear. Let's just hope menacing doesn't kill me.
와라.
Everything will be fine, right?
짜잔! 반짝이는 순간! 모두 미안해.
Nope. No, it is not fine.
더 신나게.
적을 제압하...
I started with fucking Serpent Subtlety this time. That wasn't intended.
내 이름으로 노래하렴! 미역 사격!
수압감. 넘쳐 흐른다. 힘.
1, 2, 3, 4.
현!
Yeah, that was kind of cooked.
날 찬송하렴! 온 세상에 적을 제압하...
더 신나게. 신의. 와라.
Yeah. 4, 5.
계속해봐.
I can't, man. This is... I need a DPC set. I got C6 on my second account and no C2 Skirk. Hog. Yeah, okay, bet. Send me a DM. Oh, like a fucking exercise redeem. Frick you.
만물에는 끝이 있지. 시간도 예외는 아니야.
What region is this one on? Asia again? Okay. Okay, Asia business. You mind if I activate them, by the way? Yes? As in yes, you mind, or yes, it's okay? You can activate? Alright. And also level them up? Okay. Do you bring your characters to 90 or 89? Okay, it seems like the 90 angle. Those don't matter. Don't really matter either. Ah, that's fine, honestly.
바람에서 나는 소리.
Um... Dahlia. SKIRK is on 5? Yes, that's intended. We're not looking at damage, we're looking at combos. The more ER we have, the better.
냉동해야겠어.
수압 컴. 가라앉아.
Man, her attacks feel so slow without attack speed after doing it with attack speed.
등장. 내 이름으로 노래하렴. 천천히 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
헤보니우스의 수호.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, is that a consistent 5 plus CA on a 20-second rotation? I'm pretty sure it is.
갑니다. 바람.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
짜잔.
Yeah.
내 이름으로
And then 3 normals?
냉동해야겠어. 흰
I wonder how many normals you should do.
선멸한다.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, I fucked that up, I guess.
온 세상을
Hmm. So,
반짝이는 순간. 냉동해야겠어. 비와만 폭발.
바람신의 계시. 가라앉아.
1, 2, 3, 4. We're not getting 5 reliably, are we?
내 이름으로 아뮤즈 부시. 궁극의 맛을 보여.
헤보니우스의 수호.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
짜잔. 온 세상에
Plus N3 on a 23-second rotation. I think that's what you want.
더 신나게 진행.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I think that's the play, yeah. So you can do a 22-second rotation where you get 5 plus N3 literally every rotation. So that's 6 times these plus 5 times these. Okay. It's still not quite as good. What if you just do... Honestly, this is probably not 22. This is probably 21. Or is it? I don't know. It probably is, yeah. Let's look at the timer.
냉동해야겠어.
We have ping, so we're gonna have to do like minus 0.5 at the end. I'm an idiot. I don't want to talk about it. So, use E at 38 on the dot.
반짝이는 순간. 천천히 궁극의 맛을 보여주기.
헤보니우스의 수호. 넘쳐 흐른다. 힘.
That was bad though. That was like first rotation garbage.
아뮤즈 부시.
But we used E at 18 pretty much.
있는 것 갑니다. 바람. 와라.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's 21 for sure. Not 22. Because the Dahlia burst animation is a lot faster than Yelan or Mulani. Okay. That's like starting to border a Mauiga, by the way. Like, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I still have Molani damage in for some reason. Sorry. Caught. No, okay. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Because I didn't adjust the stats. I just assumed that Dahlia didn't do damage, but then I copy-pasted things down when I changed the timer to 22 earlier, and it gave me... Yeah, whatever. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, though. Like, Dahlia's clearly with the other 5 now. 100%. What about on the first rotation? Can you start with the SKIRK, hold E, and have the E back off cooldown in time? I guess I can't test here because we don't have energy.
냉동해야겠어.
God, I'm almost dead. You have to wait out this SKIRK E cooldown. Then you have to hold E and see how it goes.
등장! 온 세상을 따뜻하. 천천히 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
더 신나게 해보니
No, it slows us down a little bit.
와라.
Okay, so it's not worth doing. That means on the first rotation, you just accept that. Well, let's simulate a first rotation here.
냉동해야겠어.
On the second rotation.
넘쳐 흐른다. 하, 힘. 하. 하. 차.
Okay, so
등장! 반짝이는 순간. 천천히 궁극의 맛을 보여주지.
재밌는 것 갑니다. 선멸한다. 하, 힘.
2, 3, 4.
현!
Did I get it? I did get it, yeah. So you probably aren't getting the N5, but I think it's possible.
온 세상을 따뜻하게.
I'm an idiot. Had to. Had to top.
등장! 냉동해야겠어.
더 신나게 가라앉아. 하. 와라. 헷, 하.
Let's see if I can do it if I try to focus.
순간. 미와만 폭발.
수압감 넘쳐 흐른다. 힘. 하. 헷,
3, 4,
하. 차.
5. Yeah, we can. Okay.
내 이름으로 노래하랴. 암묘지 보스. 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
신의 가호가 함. 하. 헷, 하. 헷, 하.
Okay. That seems like it's not a problem. What if we tried to reduce this rotation length to 20? On every rotation, we don't get these additional things. No, it's not better. Okay. That's not too bad, though. All right, cool. Cool. Thank you for letting me your account for testing on combos. I appreciate it. Hog. But there is also something that I want to show in Abyss. Chat, maybe we don't do the SKIRK story quest today and we just do the post-release. I feel like at this point, if I do the SKIRK story quest, I'm probably going to be out of energy for the post-release. And I'll end up delaying it to tomorrow, but I want to get it done as soon as possible. Let's do... I might have ungeared her for testing. Yeah. Yeah. Ew. No, 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 no. Disgusting. Where's this coffee? Level 80, right. Eh, that was fine. What do I do on the second side? I only need to kill this, so it doesn't really matter. Because I just want to show something here. What was that sound? Don't worry about it. Chat, is the button for looking at party members in Siege Onslaught in the top right? Like where the opponent's details is here? Because I keep clicking on opponent's details by accident, and I'm wondering if it's because of Siege Onslaught. Yes? Okay, that's what I thought, man. Annoying fucking cringe. So,
온 세상을 따뜻하 나와서 일해. 냉동해야겠어. 궁극의 맛을 보여줘.
심연으로 가라앉아 선멸한다.
I already got cryoed, man. Fine.
할머니, 좀 너무하는 거 아니에요? 할머니, 좀 너무하는 거 아니에요? 짜잔! 내 이름으로 노래하렴. 수치 밑에 저처리 비와 만 폭발.
물결의 손 가라앉아.
현. 나와서 일해.
So, if you realize that the enemy is about to die, right? During your scale up time, you can stop attacking, wait for your Serpent Subtlety to be about to expire, and right as it's about to expire, do an N1, and then once it's gone, do a charge attack. If you do that, let's see what happens on the next chamber.
얼어붙어라. 이 순간은 영.
Ah, fuck you.
얌전히 있어.
꿰뚫어주 가자.
이깟 상처 따위.
얼어붙어라. 미안.
If you do that, you'll start the next chamber with 24 Serpent Subtlety. And what that allows you to do is to start with a hold E, then do your setup,
박한 별한테 혼나보시지. 궁극의 맛을 보여주기.
and then you can do the roided rotation on the first chamber again. Oops.
등장. 반짝이는 순간. 지치 밑을 계약을 이행해. 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
넘쳐 흐른다. 힘.
현.
I fucked up. I don't think I'll be able to get my hold E in time here. I am, okay.
짜잔.
So basically what that means is that whether you see that the boss is gonna, or the enemy is gonna die during your uptime or after your uptime, you have a way to set up the next chamber to start with a roided rotation. Which makes it a lot more reliable than I initially thought.
이건 어때? 감기 조심.
불타올라라. 산은 울리고 불은 총 공격을 시작하지.
얌전히 있어. 미안.
꿰뚫어주.
이건 어때?
불타올라라. 허. 이깟 상처 따위 아프지 않아. 불타올.
이 순간을 영원.
기각한다. 가자.
What?
총
Oh.
공격을 시.
얌전히 있어. 미안.
The Jeff has been donut walling Waga. Yeah, I have. It was intentional. Anyways, and as you can see here, on all of our chambers, we get to start with a roided rotation.
온 세상을 따뜻하게. 받을 필요 없어. 나와서. 아뮤즈 부시. 궁극의 맛을.
물결의
Although, oh, never mind.
가라앉아.
I am bad. I fucked that up real bad. Ah! Oh no. I did my normal attack on Farina too early.
날 찬송하렴. 반짝이는 쑥 그만 때려. 받을 필요 없어. 나와서. 천천히. 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
간다.
Please don't get the shield too early. Oh, I'm an idiot. Whatever.
내 이름으로.
That was awful gameplay. We definitely restart. What the fuck was that, man? What the fuck was that?
반짝이는 순간. 지치 밑을 계약. 궁극의 맛을 보여주기.
I don't think that hits the one on the left. It does.
짜잔. 내 이름으로 노래하렴. 나와서 일해. 냉동해야겠어. 네
Okay, we're fine. Right? Yeah, we're fine. Easy clap. 70% car resistance, by the way.
이깟 상처 따위.
I'm pretty sure this is not enough cryo, by the way, but it's fine. Oh, never mind.
얼어붙어라.
No, it's not. It's enough to get it down to 0, but it's not enough to keep it there.
기각한다. 내가
감기
I guess it doesn't matter, though.
펼쳐져. 총 공격을 시-
얼어붙어라. 미안.
This feels so much easier after doing that with an Onslaught. It does, yeah. But yeah, so as you can see, right, we had multiple different ways of setting up a burst on the first rotation on each chamber. What's this? I'll be right back, chat.
어디에서 와서 어디로 가는가?
Alright, I'm back. Guards, get that Mr. Blue guy out of here.
만물에는 끝이 있지. 시간도 예외는 아니야.
Hmm. Alright, chat, I think it's time. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the SKIRK post-release analysis. And this is a character where, honestly, there was a lot of information that came out
쉬면은
after
세상의 그림자가
the
있다.
pre-release stuff.
언제나 그곳.
Usually, I make my pre-release videos when the character's state is more or less finalized in the later versions of the beta kit. But it seems as though they actually buffed SKIRK between the latest version of the beta kit and live. No numbers changes or anything, but they made her animations faster, which effectively means she gets more attacks, which increases her damage, obviously. So there's a lot of stuff that I said about SKIRK that is just a bit better now. But yeah, so as usual, for the post-release stuff, we go through the pre-release video, we talk about what we got right, what we got wrong, what we missed, and in this case, what changed. Which was not wrong, it was accurate for that version of SKIRK, but that's not the version we got. So it's still important to point out the differences, even if it's not that, even if it wasn't a mistake on my part. Anyways, let's just get right into it. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome, to the SKIRK pre-release analysis! Throughout the beta, SKIRK hasn't gone through any major number changes, but she's had a few mechanic changes that have been very, very impactful to her power. So, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. First off, though, as usual, we go through base stat stuff. Base HP, 12,417. Base defense, 806. SKIRK is an on-field carry, cryo sword user, by the way. These defensive stats for an on-fielder are enough that she's not gonna feel particularly squishy. Base attack, 359. This is the highest in the game, tied with Maoika, I think. Crit damage, Ascension. Now, usually I talk about how base attack in a vacuum doesn't mean that much because a character's damage when they're an attack scaler is gonna depend on their base attack, sure, but also on their talent values. In SKIRK's case specifically, base attack matters a little bit more than usual. Not in terms of her overall power level, but in terms of what weapons are good for her. It doesn't really matter that much directly, but the fact that she has fairly high base attack, paired with the fact that she doesn't really have access to flat attack buffs in her teams, often make attack percent buffs a little bit more impactful on her than they are on other characters. Anyways, the main... That's not just the case for buffs, by the way, that's also the case for just like stats. Which is actually why Finale of the Deep is such a powerful free-to-play weapon for SKIRK. It just gives a lot of stats, and the stats that it gives is attack. And because SKIRK's kit doesn't really have access to a lot of attack buffs, then that attack is not already diluted when you get it from your weapon. So it ends up being, or performing a little bit better than it does on other characters. Thing to remember when it comes to SKIRK's kit is that you cannot play her in a melt team. It doesn't explicitly say SKIRK is not allowed to be played in a melt team, but it heavily implies it. There are two main mechanics in SKIRK's kit that heavily incentivize you to play freeze team. One is her Ascension 4 passive that significantly increases her numbers based on how many characters you have that are able to deal hydro or cryo damage while being hydro or cryo characters. So what I mean by that is a cryo infusion from Chongyun or a hydro infusion from Candace won't let your Maoika count for that. It has to be a cryo or a hydro character. On top of that, at a baseline, she doesn't have ICD that's particularly favorable for reactions, which means that you really just want to accept this. If you were to try to play her in a melt team, instead of the 170% multiplier for your normal attacks, you'd be stuck either at nothing, 110 or 120, and just that is already enough to offset what you're gaining from melt, and that's without taking into account the rest of the things that incentivize freeze in her kit, or the power of Escoffier. Anyways, so her passive, based off the amount of hydro and cryo characters you have on your team, increases normal attack damage. It's not actually normal attack damage, it's normal attack damage during her uptime. It doesn't increase her damage when she's not in her uptime. We'll talk about her uptime later, but the reason I'm mentioning this is just so that you understand that this will not increase her cryo-infused normal attacks if you use her with Chongyun, right? It's only gonna work on this skill infusion. But yeah, by 110, 120, 170. That part is really unfortunate in my opinion. I feel like it should, but oh well. And obviously the gap between 120 and 170 is massive, so you really want to get all three stacks. She has the same passive on her burst with different numbers. I don't really know why they gave it different numbers. It's 105, 115, 160. And next is the other passive, which is the other reason why you really want to play her in freeze teams. When party members trigger frozen, superconduct, cryo swirl, or cryo crystallize reactions against opponents, a void rift will be created near this opponent. This event can be triggered once every 2.5 seconds. 3 void rifts created by SKIRK can exist on the field at once. Each void rift absorbed grants her Serpent Subtlety, which is her energy mechanic, and without any form of void rift generation, SKIRK is just a lot worse. She will need to use her skill twice to get burst instead of only once when you're doing burst focus SKIRK, and she will only have around 7 seconds of uptime if you do the normal attack mode instead of upwards of 12 to 13. Basically, there's 3 possibilities when it comes to SKIRK. Either you're playing her in a freeze team that maximizes her passive like this, you're playing her in a melt team, or you're playing her in a team that's got some, I don't know, other reactions for some reason. If you play her in a melt team, you don't get this passive or this passive, and that's just, you're losing out on too much. And so the melt reaction plus the upside of being able to use characters like Bennett, unfortunately, are not enough to make up for it. And those
I don't think we actually need to look at all of this. This is like just a default explanation of how the kit works, and there's no like real yap about how good it is. Here there's some yap on opinionated yap.
And these numbers are all multiplied by 1.7 from her Ascension passive. Good point of reference for people who aren't too familiar with what sort of motion value characters usually have is Risley. Risley's skill is actually also very similar to SKIRK's passive. It multiplies the normal attack damage by 1.7 basically. So you can take a look at what his normal attack string is. And as you can see, SKIRK is double that. If you've been following any sort of SKIRK,
okay, editors goofed here. This is supposed to be SKIRK, this is supposed to be Risley. This is one string of Risley. No. Yes? No. Yes. I'm not sure what this number is, but this is SKIRK, this is Risley. SMH editors.
etc. You'll know that in SKIRK teams, Risley ends up being often pretty close to a quarter of the damage, and the damage is pretty evenly split between him, Yelan, Farina, and SKIRK.
And so again, one thing I didn't actually talk about too much here is the time it takes for them to do a string. And, well, now that she's out, now that she got her fucking attack speed buff, honestly, SKIRK's attack string is faster than Risley's attack string. Which means that it's not even just twice as good, it's more than that. But anyways, let's keep going.
Character that's just outright doing double his damage is gonna change the way the team behaves for sure. Now, it's not actually double damage, right? You can't just compare motion value 1-to-1. They're gonna end up with stat lines that are different. Risley, for example, gets 30% attack from his passive, has a bit less base attack, whatever. But looking at the effective attack you'll get, it's actually gonna be fairly similar between SKIRK and Risley. Anyways, her uptime in her skill is capped at 12.5 seconds, but that doesn't mean that you get to 12.5 by default, because staying in her skill consumes Serpent Subtlety, her energy.
Okay, before we get any further into this, let's talk about what makes longer uptime better and worse. So, if a character can stay on field forever, think Sino, for example, who can extend his burst duration with hit lag and his like effect that extends it by 4 seconds when he gets a boosted eye. He can extend the burst duration to basically be long enough that it's still active by the time his burst is off cooldown. Right? Does that mean that you never want to swap out of Sino? No, it doesn't, obviously. If you never swap out of Sino, you're not playing a team, you're playing one character. And that's always worse than just playing a team. So, having an infinite amount of uptime isn't really significant. So what exactly is it that makes better uptime, or that makes longer uptime better? Well, the main thing that you're looking for when you are trying to choose a carry and you want to, you want to spend field time on them, right? You want their cooldowns to line up. You want their uptime to last long enough that by the time it's over, you can start your rotation again and you don't have to wait for cooldowns. However, if your uptime is so long that your buffs that you've set up expire, that's also not ideal. What's nice about SKIRK is that 12.5 seconds is pretty much always enough to capitalize on buffs. But she doesn't need to stay on field for the whole 12.5 seconds. And that's something I've realized a lot more today when I did my final testing. There's actually quite a few teams where you don't want to stay on her for the full 12.5 seconds. Because towards the end of her buff, or of her uptime, there's a few buffs that will expire. TDDS, by default, lasts 10 seconds. So it's guaranteed to expire. Farina Fanfare often does expire before her uptime is over because, while sure, it does last for 18 seconds, generally, Farina's the character you're using first. You're using Farina, then you're using Escoffier, then you're using your last character on the team. And so you spend a lot of the burst uptime for Farina on your supports. So by the time you're on SKIRK, there's less than 12.5 seconds of fanfare remaining in a lot of the teams. And because of that, very often, instead of spending 12.5 seconds on SKIRK, you'll actually spend about 10 seconds. There's a few very hyper-specific optimizations in 20-second rotations that we can talk about. So let's do that. Let's go to Stygian Onslaught because the enemies are tanky here, so we can show proper testing. And here, let's just start with this, just so we can show what happens when you don't have to worry about Serpent Subtlety, right? If you could just not worry about Serpent Subtlety at all, 3 full attack strings, 4 full attack strings. Oh, that was actually not enough. We need to have Farina going, don't we? Sorry. So, 2 full attack strings, 3, 4. Why am I not getting the N3? I guess because I'm an idiot. Whatever. So you get about 4 attacks plus an N2. Or 4 full attack strings plus an N2. However, if you get the 3 Void Rifts that you will generally have by default, and you use your Q, because you really want to use your Q at some point, and use your Q when you have 3 Void Rifts on the field. Two full attack strings, 3 full attack strings, 4, but you don't quite get that last hit. So almost 4 full attack strings. Without needing to use charge attacks. Now, something I talked about a decent amount in the pre-release that I haven't mentioned in the post-release yet. Her charge attack sucks. The less you have to use it, the better. Here's what I found out recently. If... Oh my god, I have to move my Spotify, don't I? Alright. Frick you.
짜잔! 압류 스푼!
더 신나게.
If you input your charge attack... Oops. Right as your burst is about to... Or right as your Serpent Subtlety is about to run out, the charge attack will still get the Cryo Infusion, and it will still proc her Ascension passive that lets her absorb Void Rifts to generate Serpent Subtlety.
넘쳐 흐른다.
And you'll generate this Serpent Subtlety after your Serpent Subtlety gets completely cleared at the end of your skill uptime. And that means you can end up starting your next rotation with additional Serpent Subtlety. And what I've found to be the strongest rotation in a lot of the teams that don't have attack speed, don't pay attention to the Dahlia on the team, we're not using his burst, we're not getting attack speed from it, right? Is
가라앉아.
N5Q, N5, N5, and then N4C. Then set up your next rotation.
온 세상을
Very cool.
압류 스푼!
Here we're not going to use the Dahlia burst
더
because
신나게.
we don't want the attack speed.
와라.
And then N5Q, N5, N5, and here you just N5. And then you swap out.
짜잔!
And that swaps you out at about after about 20 seconds have expired. Here, obviously, there's a little bit less than 20 seconds because I didn't have a like 5-star burst animation like Yelan or Molani to wait for during my setup. If I did, it would have been 20 seconds. And you can end up not having to use your charge attack on the second rotation and on every other rotation after that. And honestly, that's actually what I've found to be her best combos out of what I've looked at so far. Honestly, there might be some findings that find some better combos. There's still the N3W bullshit. Honestly, walk cancels are cringe, and they're not enough of a DPS upgrade to be worth doing. Just don't bother. Anyways, this combo has less total motion value than the longest combos she can do, but it also allows you to swap out about 1.5 to 2 seconds earlier, which allows you to do shorter rotations with better buff uptime. As long as you don't swap so early that you have to wait for Farina's skill cooldown, then you're vibing. You're having fun. You're having a good time. Anyways, all of this to say, the fact that she has long skill uptime is good because it allows her some flexibility. And the fact that her skill cooldown starts when the skill ends means that if you swap out earlier, the cooldown also starts earlier. So SKIRK herself will never be what gates your cooldown. Now, I didn't talk much about split rotations with skill and burst in this video. We'll talk about it a little bit more once we get to the burst mechanic. What that means is that if you don't generate enough Serpent Subtlety, you don't get 12.5 seconds. You consume 7 per second when you get 45 from using the skill itself. So by default, you have like 6 seconds, 6.5. And in order to make it last longer, to reach that 12.5 seconds, you need to generate and absorb Void Rifts through her passive. She has 2 ways of absorbing Void Rifts. Technically, it's 3 ways, but the third way isn't something she does in the normal attack mode, and we'll talk about the burst mode later. First, when she does a charge attack during her skill, and second, when she uses the special burst.
Skirk has a special burst, kind of like Varissa, that you can use under a specific condition. In Varissa's case, you can use the special burst after an enhanced plunge. In Skirk's case, you can use the special burst at any time during her skill, like normal attack uptime. It doesn't cause any serpent subtlety, but what it gives you is very small. All it gives you is it gives you a little bit more normal attack damage percent based off of how many Void Rifts are on the field when you use it. But the main reason you use it is because there are
also something that I actually did not mention in this video at all is that the amount of attacks that can get buffed by the damage percent from Skirk's mini burst is not infinite. It will only buff 10 attacks. So you don't gain anything from using it earlier into your rotation. As long as you use it while you have at least 10 attacks left, then you're getting the full value out of it.
Rifts on the field, and you get to absorb them. Skirk's charge attack in her skill, 88.1 times 3, it's less than 300, but it doesn't get multiplied by 1.7 by this passive. And so, doing a charge attack is not good. You don't want to do charge attacks unless you have to do them.
The less charge attacks you have to do, the better. One thing that's kind of useful to know, though, is against the Cryo Automaton that cares about the amount of Cryo hits you're doing, charge attack spamming or hits with Cryo faster. So it's something you can consider doing against a Cryo Automaton, especially if you're playing her without triple Cryo. Start her uptime with a few charge attacks and then go into normal attacks.
Because of that, the special burst is going to be worth using because you get to consume your Void Rifts and generate your Serpent Subtlety without having to use the bad charge attack. You can have up to 3 rifts at once, and you will hopefully be generating 3 rifts during your setup. And if you do, you get 24 additional Serpent Subtlety, which isn't actually enough to get you to the upper limit of time, but it is enough, right, 10 seconds, to be pretty reasonable. That being said, if you have buffs that last longer than 10 seconds, you can also consider adding a charge attack later on in your rotation to absorb whatever Void Rifts you generated during your uptime, and maybe you get an additional 2 or 3, and you're gonna have enough to reach that 12-ish second. That's pretty much it for the normal attack mode, but you may have noticed,
I think I talk about combos later. Do I not have a dedicated section to combos? Oh, that's on me. Okay, let's talk about combos now then. So we've already shown, right, if you just spam normal attacks with infinite Serpent Subtlety. Actually, I didn't actually show this. If all you do is spam normal attacks. Like, you don't even use your Q, you just spam normal attacks with infinite Serpent Subtlety. 2 attack strings. 3 attack strings. 4 attack strings. With an N3. And then your thing expires. If you really want to be cute about it, you can buffer your charge attack during your N3 animation and get an N3 at the end on top of that. So, just spamming normal attacks. Where the heck is SKIRK? Hmm. 262.6, 236.8, 149.7 times 2, 159.2 times 2, 388.7. You get 5 of the first 3 and 4 of the last 2. And it all gets multiplied by 1.7. For a total of about 11,600 motion value. So this is 4 and 5 plus N3. Obviously, though, this combo only works if you somehow happen to have infinite Serpent Subtlety, but you need to generate that Serpent Subtlety. So this is not a combo you can actually do. So how can you generate Serpent Subtlety? Well, we've already talked about that. You can use your Q. And you can use charge attacks. The best time to use your Q is generally right after an N5, because the N5 has a relatively long end lag, and being able to skip that end lag with the Q animation is useful, and it makes you gain a lot of time. So, N5Q, N5, N5, N4, and we don't get the N5. That's option number 2. So, we have a Q, or N5Q,
계속해봐.
2N5, N4. A lot less motion value, but it's faster. Option 3, if you want to spend your full uptime on SKIRK, but you're not starting with infinite Serpent Subtlety, right? Is going to be N5Q, N5, N5, N3C, or N2C, N5. You can technically do N3C, but in my testing, it's been really, really, really unreliable to get that last N5 still cryo-infused if you N3 instead of N2, whereas N2 has been really reliable. So, that's generally what I lean towards. If you do that, you end up with pretty much the same thing as this, right? N5Q, 2N5, N3C, N5. Or sorry, N2C. He's an idiot. But you just get one less N3. This is less motion value, but you get 20 damage % on 10 of these attacks. So it actually is more damage than just spamming normal attacks. Without attack speed, these are the combos I would stick to. Honestly, you either just spam normal attacks, you use Q when you have 3 Void Rifts after an N5, and if you want to extend your uptime, use a charge attack after N2. Yeah, there's also technically the charge attack damage, but it's fucking nothing. We can add it, sure. Ooh. But then there's another combo, right, which makes use of what I mentioned earlier, with using a charge attack after your Serpent Subtlety expires. And it's to take this combo you were already doing, the one that doesn't use a charge attack, and you just add a charge attack at the end. This did not have a charge attack, by the way, I'm an idiot. And the upside of this is that that charge attack you added at the end gives you Serpent Subtlety for the next rotation. Which means that on the next rotation, your Serpent Subtlety does not run out after the N4, and you can actually do an N5 instead. So I guess I'll mark it like this. Right? It's either C or maybe like this. right? Where you either add a charge attack or an N5. How reliable is a charge attack tech? It seems very reliable, and it does not seem ping reliant. So, no problems there. Anyways, all that changes is that, well, now instead of getting a charge attack on every rotation, you get your charge attack every other rotation. But you also get an N5, an additional N5 every other rotation, which makes the combo better. Just in terms of motion value per second, this is a 22-second combo. This is technically a 19-second combo, but you're gated by your cooldowns on your other characters, so it's generally not going to be 18 or 19. It's generally going to be 20. This is also 22. And this is also 20. But yeah, obviously, remember that this one is getting, this one's getting the Q, this one's not, so this one's actually better. But this is fairly close to this one, and if your buffs don't last that long, it can be better. Also, you look at Escoffier, when your rotation goes up by 2 seconds, Escoffier is not doing more damage. So her DPS goes down, because her skill only lasts for 20 seconds, not 22. And so there's also that factor to keep in mind. Same for Yelan, Molani, all those characters you can use that do off-field damage, except for Reyna, whose skill lasts for 30 seconds, so it's going to be pretty much the same DPS no matter what. Anyways, let's keep going. I don't think I have anything else to say about combos. I guess I could talk about attack speed combos. The attack speed combos are a little bit more dank because they're dependent on how much attack speed you're getting. As a general rule, you want to think about either 15-ish% attack speed or 25-ish% attack speed. The combos I was doing with C0 Dahlia was a charge attack extension trick. So spam normal attacks on Dahlia with the Q after the first N5 as usual, and use the charge attack as your burst is about to, or as your Serpent Subtlety is about to expire, and that lets you do with Dahlia at C0, or another source of 15-ish% attack speed. That lets you do 4 full strings plus N2 from what I've seen. So you end up doing N5Q, then 3N5, then N2C. And then on the next one, from the additional Serpent Subtlety you got from the charge attack extension, you get to do N5Q and then 4 N5s. You actually have time to do the full 4 N5 before your Serpent Subtlety runs out. With C6 Dahlia, you have a little bit more attack speed, and the combo I was doing was just a full N5 or a full 5 N5s, with the first rotation having a charge attack in the middle after one of the N5s, and the later rotations having the charge attack at the end. No, the first rotation having 2 charge attacks, including one in the middle. Demonstrate in game. Editors can go take the footage from my testing earlier. I'm not doing that again. I'm not logging into another account with Dahlia C6. I can't be bothered. Anyways, we'll talk a little bit more about Dahlia and the effect of his attack speed on SKIRK's combos when we get to her team options. For now, let's keep going. I said very often, normal attack mode. That's because SKIRK can choose how she uses her Serpent Subtlety. You can either use it in the normal attack mode, or you can use it to burst.
If you use it to burst, you won't have any Serpent Subtlety left for the normal attack mode. And if you use it for the normal attack mode, you can't use the actual burst during your skill, and your Serpent Subtlety gets completely cleared at the end of your skill, so you clearly won't be able to use the burst. So what? Okay, so before we get into any of this yap, I want you guys to remember, right? SKIRK got buffed from beta to live, from this video to now, but her burst did not get buffed, right? All that changed was the speed of her attacks, which does not affect the burst playstyle whatsoever. When I was doing this testing, the combo I was assuming, and these calcs, and when I recorded that video, basically, the combo I was assuming was N5Q, N5, N3C, N5. Which is 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 1. And as you can see, the actual combo you can do is over 20% stronger. So keep that in the back of your mind when you listen to me talk about the burst mode. When I recorded this, the normal attack mode was like 20% weaker than it actually turned out to be. But the burst mode was what it turned out to be. What is the alternative? What is that burst mode? When SKIRK has at least 50 Serpent Subtlety, and notice 50 is more than 45, so she can't use the burst just from doing a hold skill. You need to do a hold skill and have that hold skill absorb Void Rift, or do 2 hold skills. She can expend all her Serpent Subtlety to unleash her elemental burst, ripping the space before her apart and using rapid consecutive slashes that deal AoE cryo damage. At the same time, the damage dealt by an instance of this elemental burst will be increased by every point of Serpent Subtlety over 50 up to 12. This is a massive deal. By default, with exactly 50 Serpent Subtlety points at talent level 9, her burst base motion value is about 1300. That also gets increased by her passive, by this time by 60%, not 70%. But as you can see, that burst is the equivalent of less than 1 normal attack strength. But, like I said, it gets increased by Serpent Subtlety. Each point of Serpent Subtlety increases each individual hit. You have a total of 6 hits, and they get increased by 32.85 for each point. And when you cap that out at a total of 62 Serpent Subtlety or more, it takes that burst from 2200 motion value to 6000. How does that compare to the normal attack mode? Well, in order to compare one to another, we need to look at how many normal attacks you can get through her window. I'll need to test how easy it is to get her respective combos, and so take this following part with a grain of salt, because there might be some changes based off of early testing. For now, from what I've looked at, since you need to do a mini burst or a special burst to absorb your first set of Void Rifts and a charge attack to absorb your second set of Void Rifts, you can't just normal attack spam, but as long as you're including 1 special burst and 1 charge attack, you'll be able to max out her uptime. And if you max out her uptime, from what I've seen, what you should be expecting is, by default, 3 full normal attack strings, right? So you get to the 5th normal attack 3 times, and then you start a 4th one, and you get to the 3rd normal attack. I have seen footage that gets more than that, especially if you do dash cancel after your 5th normal attack, and you... Dash cancel is fake. Alright, don't dash cancel. Technically, dash cancel can be better than not dash cancel, but this isn't like Hu Tao, where it's actually significant. At best, frame perfect dash cancels are going to get you 1 more hit. But if you do them a little bit too late, you can lose more than 1 hit. If you do them a little bit too early, well, obviously you're losing out on your big 5th hit. It's not worth it. Just don't bother. Don't bother doing dash cancels. You can also dash cancel the charge attack. The highest I've seen for N5 combos is 4 N5s without any attack speed, but it seems really difficult to do reliably. So for now, I'm just gonna assume
3 full combos, and then 1
So
and
this is
right?
better
So
now.
3 and 5s, 1 and 3. A little bit over 9,000 motion value. So it's a bit more than 50% more than the...
What it actually is if you do the full combo, it's 11,000 versus 6,000. Which is a lot bigger of a gap, let's just put it that way.
the burst. Here's the thing to keep in mind though. The skill lasts for about a little bit over 12 seconds with a cooldown of 8 seconds. In practice, this is generally going to lead to rotations that last about 22 seconds, 21 to 22 seconds, if you do them properly. The burst has a cooldown of 15 seconds. What that means is that just in terms of the motion value you get per second,
Yeah. This is not the 4.22 that we talked about earlier, it's actually 5.16. Again. Yeah.
the normal attack mode and the burst mode are actually incredibly close to one another. This is actually really significant because it means that SKIRK is actually going to be viable in both of her playstyles, which is a pretty big deal.
I'd say she definitely still is viable, but the main thing that I've noticed is that even if you play her in a team where you're supposed, like, if you build her teams around not normal attacking, you build her team around a burst mode, you probably still just do more DPS normal attacking. So you're kind of just not really interested in doing burst mode, but that does not mean you don't use the burst, so we'll talk about this more.
Effectively means that she's going to have more flexibility. She'll be able to be played as a burst support in freeze teams, just like she'll be able to be played as a carry. Now, again, just from the motion value, it can be a little bit difficult to get a good feel for how strong a character is. So, SKIRK burst motion value around 6,000. We can compare that to Ayaka. Ayaka's burst, 191% on each hit, 19 hits, and then 286 on top of that from the final hit. It actually does about 50% more damage than Ayaka's burst. Does that mean she's 50% stronger than Ayaka? No. While Ayaka burst is doing less damage, she also has skills, and her normal attacks when she...
This reasoning is accurate, but I don't know if I would confidently say that SKIRK is not 50% stronger than Ayaka now. 50% seems pretty fair and reasonable at this point, honestly.
She uses her burst are not worthless, whereas SKIRK's normal attacks
Not that her teams do 50% more DPS, don't get me wrong.
in the burst mode are completely dodgy. But there's also the fact that SKIRK's rotations can happen faster because it's a shorter cooldown. That SKIRK herself has no ER requirements because her energy mechanic is not actual energy, and she generates herself on her own kit, so she doesn't need to build any ER. That against the fact that Ayaka gets additional damage from normal and charge attacks and skills, and Ayaka has better synergy with Senha, makes it so that the actual gap in performance between SKIRK and Ayaka is not 50%. But I'd say that SKIRK still seems like she's gonna win out in her burst mode over Ayaka in burst focused teams. One important thing here though is that SKIRK's cryo application in the burst mode is bad. Her skill itself does not apply cryo. What applies cryo from the skill is the cryo infusion on normal attacks. So when you do hold skill, you don't get any cryo from that. And the burst doesn't have damage over time, and she doesn't have an infusion if she does the hold version. So if you do burst mode SKIRK, you get 6 cryo hits per rotation, and that's it. As we've seen lately, they're doing a lot more matchup specific enemies, and if you look at the enemy that's meant to incentivize cryo, you need a lot of cryo to deal with them, and
Yeah, you kind of can't use SKIRK's burst against that enemy. It's really harsh.
unironically, one cryo with with Escoffier, for example, is not actually enough. There we go. Right, so if you just look at one cryo, as you can see, we don't actually do it fast enough. It's not even enough to break even. And this guy has like infinite resistances.
Oh yeah, and by the way, the version of this guy in Stygian Onslaught actually takes less, like, damage to its cryo bar from cryo hits, so it's even harder. It takes 3 instead of 4, and it generates 5 per second.
While this thing is above a certain amount, right? And you need to bring it down a lot for his resistances to go back down, right? As you can see, now we're doing 20k instead of 1500 from bringing the thing back down. What that means is that you will just outright not be able to use SKIRK as a burst-focused unit unless you also bring a third cryo against this guy. Because SKIRK's cryo by itself is not enough, and SKIRK isn't giving you any cryo at all. The normal attack mode does hit with cryo more often, but you're hitting with cryo with your main source of damage, and if you notice, it starts with like about a quarter of the bar of the circle, whatever, filled out, and you need to reduce it a decent amount before the resistances fall back down. And so, whereas Ayaka would be able to just do skill, normal charge attack, dashes to reduce that meter before using burst, SKIRK will have to waste some of her damage on infinite resistances. And so, just because numbers-wise, SKIRK is arguably a major upgrade over Ayaka, that doesn't necessarily make her a major upgrade in practice. A nice thing to look at is what happens
Yeah, I mean, again, keep in mind, this was said back when her numbers were 20% worse. Oh, man.
you try to do both. What if you do your setup normally, you do a normal attack mode, rotation is over, wait 8 seconds, start your next setup, but this time, instead of entering the normal attack mode, you do a burst. And then you immediately go into another setup and go for a normal attack mode again 8 seconds later. It won't work with every unit, because some units have buffs that don't last that long, but that's another option you'll be able to do. You'll be able to do a hybrid playstyle. I think it's a little bit more complicated, so I don't think that many people are actually gonna do that, but what...
Yeah, so the split rotation stuff is worse than it was. Again, they buffed the normal attack mode, they didn't buff the burst, so the situations where the split rotation stuff was better than normal attack stuff, well, the normal attack stuff got buffed by more from that buff than the split rotation stuff. I'd say there's still a few teams where split rotation is better, but honestly, barely better, and it's so much more difficult to play properly that I would not recommend split rotations to anyone in practice. You can do it if you want, if you think it's cool, go ahead, like, knock yourself out. But generally, I wouldn't recommend it. Mainly, it's good with Shenhe. Now, I did not talk very much about Shenhe hybrid rotation stuff in the pre-release because I hadn't looked at it too much. If you look at pre-buff numbers, I think it would be very fair to say that her best team was hybrid rotation with Shenhe. With the buff she got, honestly, the normal rotation stuff with Shenhe was already what was like worse than the split rotation stuff. And so it effectively means that Shenhe teams got less of a buff from the buff than other teams. The teams that got the biggest buffs are teams where the normal attack rotation was good with off-fielders that do barely any damage. So teams with Milani, teams with Citlali. Those are the ones that got the biggest buff from the attack speed buff. To some extent, also teams with Dahlia. Dahlia's breakpoints are pretty good. One upside that Shenhe has is that the fact that her hybrid rotations are good means that when you are in situations where using the burst is good, Shenhe benefits from it more than other characters. And that's actually something that's going to happen pretty often. Even when you're not doing rotations like dedicated for burst stuff, you'll very often find yourself in situations where, oh, this enemy is about to enter a phase where it's invulnerable or has high resistances. I don't have time to do a full rotation. Well, hold your skill. Do a burst. Very cool. Oh, this enemy is currently invulnerable or at really high resistances. Okay, instead of entering my setup, I'm just gonna hold my skill with SKIRK.
generate 45 Serpent Subtlety, absorb the 3 Void Rifts that are on the ground. I now have my burst and enough Serpent Subtlety for it to get fully buffed. And now my skill cooldown starts ticking. And then I can go do my setup towards the end of the invulnerability. And once my setup is over, I can burst on SKIRK, but then my skill cooldown is back, because I did my hold E earlier instead of just now. And now, I can burst on SKIRK, and then immediately use the skill, and get the normal attack version stuff. On top of that, in Abyss Chamber 1, you spawn in with full Serpent Subtlety, so you can do that Chamber 1. And then on top of that, while your Serpent Subtlety, if you're currently in your skill, does not get carried over. Serpent Subtlety that you have after you leave the skill does. Which means, if the enemy's about to die, and you're not in the middle of a rotation, like if you know, it's about to die just a random Farina Escafia damage, you can just do a hold E, and you'll start the next rotation with Serpent Subtlety. Or, you'll start the next chamber with Serpent Subtlety. But if the enemy's about to die during your skill, what you can do is you can stop hitting them, wait for the Serpent Subtlety to go down, and then right as it's about to expire, do a charge attack. That charge attack will absorb the Void Rift after your skill is over, and that's enough Serpent Subtlety to make it so that when you get to the next chamber, you can start with a hold E on SKIRK even if there's no Void Rifts, because you absorbed 3 Void Rifts at the end of the last chamber. That brings you to 25 plus 40, or 24 plus 45. That's over 62. And so you start your chamber with your hold E on SKIRK, then you go do your setup, back to SKIRK, you can use your burst and tap E, right? You notice the enemy's about to die? I'm fucked it up. No one talks about that. Shut up.
냉동해야겠어. 재밌는 것 하나. 넘쳐 흐른다.
Notice that the enemy's about to die? Do the charge attack. Very cool. The enemy dies now. Get to the next chamber. Hold your skill. Do your setup.
내 이름으로 노래하렴. 암뮤즈 부시 궁극의 맛을 보여줘.
더 신나게 페보니우스. 지면으로 가라앉아라. 선멸한다.
And you can just do that. So basically, whether the enemy's gonna... It looks like it's about to die during your uptime or after your uptime, you pretty much always have a way, as long as you pay attention to the enemy's health bar, to start your next chamber with enough Serpent Subtlety to get a burst into a skill uptime. Now, I already knew about holding your E at the end of a chamber as a possibility if you're if the enemy's about to die outside of your uptime, but I did not know at the time of the pre-release about the charge attack buffered at the end of her skill uptime, allowing you to absorb Void Rifts after your Serpent Subtlety gets cleared. So this is a new thing that's actually very useful in Abyss. What you'll notice is that there are going to be quite a few situations. So I talked about the situational stuff here. And absorb the Void Rift, get to 45 plus. Alright. And we can talk about cons.
I guess we can also quickly talk about constellations before we get into the gearing stuff. Okay, we got SKIRK's C1 leaked before we got her numbers, and initially I was like, my goodness, this is kind of broken. But now that we have the numbers, it's not actually as good as I expected it to be. Basically, 500 additional motion value for every Void Rift absorbed by default is kind of really good. But SKIRK's numbers are already so good that comparatively, it's not as big of an upgrade as I expected before her kit was revealed. And it's also worth mentioning that her kit does not offer her a single stat steroid. What makes SKIRK powerful is very big motion value, very high multipliers on her talents. She doesn't have any self-attack buffs, any self-crit buffs, any self-damage percent buffs, just really, really high motion value. And so this 500 on her isn't as good as 500 on most other carries. So, 500 motion value on every Void Rift absorbed. What that means is that if you're doing burst rotations, because you're capped out at 3, it's generally 1500 more motion value to that burst. This plus 1500. But technically, if you're doing weird asynchronous rotations where you use your hold skill off cooldown every 8 seconds, it'll end up being more than 1500 and closer to 2000, maybe even 2500 per rotation. It's a pretty nice thing. If you do the normal attack mode, you generally have either 2 or 3 Void Rifts when you use your burst at the start of your rotation, and then another 2 or 3 when you use a charge attack in the middle. Most of the time it's going to be 5. You might want to adjust your rotation at C1 so you can absorb Void Rifts at the very end of your uptime as well. Maybe end up getting 6.
Yeah, you'll end up getting more than 5 in practice. It's looking like it's probably going to be 7 in most cases. But also, her base like motion value is bigger than we thought it was, so it doesn't really change that much about the strength of C1.
It effectively means that this 9. Oh yeah, one thing you might notice.
Very
the
cool.
total damage.
I don't really have anything to add to the constellation stuff. They're about as good as I said they were. We can just move on. And then weapons, right? We can talk about weapons. Yeah, I mean, Azure Light is very good. It's they keep power creeping signature weapons. This shit is kind of insane. But SKIRK is good enough that you don't really give a shit. As far as I'm aware, SKIRK is the only character that allows you to do 1 cost Fearless Stygian Onslaught difficulty 5 against this. I haven't seen anyone do a SKIRK clear, a clear with only 1 5-star other than SKIRK. But I've seen quite a few clears with SKIRK and no other 5-stars. She doesn't need her signature weapon at all. She's getting numbers that are honestly second only to Mawika without her signature weapon. But her signature weapon is an upgrade. It's something you can think about, I guess. But yeah, honestly, it's really nice that SKIRK has such good free-to-play weapons. Both Finale of the Deep and Eshu are incredibly good weapons. Actually, to the point where Eshu is almost as good as Mistsplitter. It's actually about as good as Mistsplitter when you're not using your burst. Just fucking crazy. But yeah, I don't really have anything to add about weapons. We can talk about sets a little bit. It's a weapon. Next is artifact sets. Marie-José is her generic best in slot. Yep. Because 36 crit rate plus 15 normal damage percent is just better than 75 damage percent. But that's assuming you're able to proc it, so it's only if you have Farina. And it's assuming you're not overcapping, which means it might cause some issues on crit rate weapons. And worth mentioning, her signature weapon is a crit rate weapon. It's yeah. The biggest problem with Marie-José is that her sig is crit rate. If it wasn't for that, it would unequivocally be her best set. The fact that her sig is a crit rate weapon means that if you have her sig, you might end up overcapping on Marie-José. Because of that, there's going to be a few situations where her signature set, the Finale of the Deep Galleries, is her best set. But honestly, unless you have her Sig, or like Haran, or maybe Jade Cutter, just go Maréchaussée. No, but Zajef, I have Black Sword. Who gives a fuck? It's worse than Finale. Go back to Finale, buddy. And here I'm talking Finale of the Deep, the weapon, not Finale of the Deep Galleries, the set. Anyways, low crit rate, right? Low substat, high. Honestly, that's pretty much it. There's not really that much to add here. We can talk about DPC a little bit. DPC is like, okay. It's a sort of set that, like, it can technically be her best set as C1 if you're overcapped on Maréchaussée. But it's kind of cringe to play around with. And you definitely shouldn't farm it just for her. So I would not recommend it. Just don't bother with it. Honestly, the only 3 sets that you should have on her are Maréchaussée. If you're overcapped on Maréchaussée, Finale of the Deep Galleries. If you just got her and don't care that much about her build, you can put her on Glad, I guess. It's fine. But that's kind of it. Alright. Artifact stats. Bolt, attack, cryo, crit. However, like we've already mentioned many a times already throughout this pre-release, she doesn't have that much attack percent. Now, a lot of her weapon options are capitalizing on that already, right? Like Finale, you get a ton of attack from that. But if you're using a weapon that doesn't give you a lot of attack percent, if you're using Calamity of Eshu, where you get a bit of attack percent from the substat, but mostly damage percent and crit from the passive. Or if you're using Haran, that gives you a lot of damage percent, and that makes it hard not to overcap on Maréchaussée, so you generally switch to Galleries, and you get a ton more damage percent from that. Well, now you're starting to dilute your damage percent even more. And if you on top of that are running Farina, and then either Cinder City or Yelan or something like that, you end up with so much damage percent and not that much attack, which makes it so that attack, crit is actually often competitive and sometimes better. From what I've counted, by default, Attack Goblet is slightly better on Haran, and it's pretty much the only situation where it's like better enough that like I would actively go out of my way to find an Attack Goblet. And then on all the other weapons, it's either noticeably worse if you have a lot of attack already, like on Finale, or pretty similar if you don't have that much of either, like on Uraku Misugiri, on these Lo-Fi Splendor, whatever. On Jade Cutter, it's fairly similar. Miss Splitter, it's fairly similar. I would generally pretty much never consider attack Circlet. I mean, technically you can consider attack Circlet. You can do like attack cryo attack if you have a really good attack Circlet and very little attack and subs, but it's generally not going to be all that great. At the end of the day though, if you have an insanely good attack Circlet, put it in the optimizer. It might turn out to be better. Finally, yeah, we're not talking about there's Escoffier and there's Farina. Here's the thing. Your best teams are going to be Escoffier, Farina, Flex, and there is barely any difference between the best like 5 Flex options. Yeah, 6 now because Dahlia turned out a little bit better than expected. It's like a 5% difference between the best of the 5 to the worst of the 5. What that means is that as long as you have Escoffier and Farina, you pretty much have the best available SKIRK team, no matter which one of the 5 last slots you're using. But if you don't have Escoffier or if you don't have Farina, things can change. Escoffier is just the whole package, but the thing is, an important part of that whole package is the fact that she's a healer. And what that means is that if you have Escoffier but you don't have Farina, the value you get from Escoffier isn't as much. If you think of someone who has Escoffier and Farina, and then whatever of the good 4th slots, as 100% of SKIRK's potential. What happens if you're missing these units? If you don't have Escoffier, you have 2 options. Either use Farina with a bad healer, or don't use Farina and don't use a healer. And the difference between those 2 is very small. Being forced to use Mika or Charlotte versus just ditching the Farina and doing double Hydro with like Singso Yelan plus Lali or something, there's honestly barely a difference. So if you don't have Escoffier, Farina's doesn't really do that much for you. From one thing to keep in mind though is if you are in that situation and you know, don't have Escoffier, don't have Farina, you're likely to not have a great weapon for her outside of her free-to-play ones either. And if the best weapon you have is Finale of the Deep, you need a healer to proc the passive. And that could lead to you still wanting to run a healer, even without Farina. What I've looked at, and I haven't counted every single possible teams, but I've looked at a bunch of them. The best non-Escoffier team with Farina that I had was at like a little bit over 70% of her full potential. And the best team I had that didn't have Escoffier and that also didn't use Farina was just a little bit under 70%. So really barely a difference between having Farina or not if you don't have Escoffier. The same cannot be said the other way around. If you don't have Farina, Escoffier is still a noticeable upgrade, but it's still pretty noticeably behind having both of them. If you have Escoffier but you don't have Farina, from what I've looked at, it seems like you're a little bit north of 80%. And then if you have both, you're at 100%. What that means is that if you don't have Escoffier, SKIRK is a lot worse. I wouldn't say that she's a bad character though, because of her ability, like I mentioned earlier, to do that roided out rotation with burst plus normal attacks. She can still cheat out enough damage to be fairly strong, but it will be a lot weaker than in her like premium teams. From what I've looked at, her damage, even without the roided out rotation in the premium team, it's up there competing with like Varissa, competing with like hypothetical everything. Again, this was before her numbers went up by 20%. Now she's comfortably ahead, and she's not quite competing with Maoika, but she's the closest one to it. Goes right gumming, a little bit under that, but like not that far behind. It's not Maoika, but it's on the like next step basically. Without Escoffier, you're barely passing the Hyper Bloom check. The reality is that a team that passes the Hyper Bloom check is gonna be able to clear pretty much any content in the game as long as it's not getting countered by the content. Like, you're obviously not clearing the Lava Dragon with a SKIRK team, but you should be fine clearing things. But I don't know if it'll actually be strong enough to clear the new, like the new endgame mode. It seems to have HP pools balanced around you being stronger than what you need to be for Abyss 12. And I don't know if a well-built SKIRK in a team that doesn't have Escoffier will actually be. It can, but it's fucking hard. It took me about like 45 minutes of resetting until I got the perfect run and I cleared with 0 seconds to spare. To be fair, my Finale of the Deep Galleries is a lot worse than my Maréchaussée. So the fact that I wasn't using Farina meant that my artifact set was a lot worse. But yeah, it was hard. And that's not difficulty 6, by the way. Difficulty 6 is not really something that I'm gonna take into account much going forward, because it's something that's just not possible unless you go vertical investment, unless you get signatures, unless you get constellations. It's just not possible. I don't think there's a single clear of difficulty 6 that doesn't use either signature weapons or constellations on characters. So that's not really the sort of content I focus on. We're gonna be focusing on difficulty 5. Be able to clear in time. But SKIRK will not be the only character that is going to run into that issue. There's not going to be that many characters that are going to be able to comfortably clear the new mode outside of their best teams. Very often, when it comes to characters that have one team that's better than the alternatives, like just in terms of that specific team's damage, getting a signature or a constellation on your carry is often better than getting the best possible support. For example, just in terms of DPS, R1 Maoika with Rosaria or with Kaya is better than R0 Maoika with Lali. There's a lot of quality of life stuff that Lali provides, but just in terms of DPS, I mean. For SKIRK, that's not the case. There is no constellation or signature weapon that will do more for your team than obtaining Escoffier and or Farina. So if you're someone who started playing somewhat recently and is considering vertical investment in teams, I would recommend getting these characters over getting constellations. Now we can talk about those last slot options. And like I said earlier, there's really not that much difference between many of the strong ones. There are no 4-stars here, but the gap between...
Yeah, there is one now, right? Like I said, Dahlia's attack speed lines up a little bit better with the attack speed buffs than it did. So he does make it here, but yeah.
Team Yelan and like Xingqiu, for example, isn't that big. They each have their respective upsides and downsides, so let's go through them. Lali. Upside, you get a shield, and that shield allows you to use Eshu, which is very good. But if you don't have Eshu because you missed the event, or you have Mistsplitter or her Sig, or you get hit like an idiot and you lose the Eshu passive, Lali loses value. One thing you might not have thought of is Lali actually struggles to get Cinder City to proc if you try to give her TDDS for SKIRK. Because
let's show that, by the way. When you do your default setup, if you want to swap from Lali to SKIRK, right, you're gonna have to get your Farina buff out, get your healing out before.
천천히.
I'm sorry. Get your healing out before you swap to Lali, right? But here's the thing, all right? Let's wait until our things expire. Okay, whatever. You Farina EQ, you Escoffier EQ.
긴 기러기의 날갯짓.
There's no Hydro on the enemy until a while after. And you don't want to wait a while before you're allowed to use your skill. You don't want to just stare at the enemy like an idiot. Because of that, in practice, the rotation you end up doing in this team, and again, it's a little bit hard to show here. I guess I should just go show it in Abyss. Since we can start with Burst. What do you have to wait for Hydro? Because in order to proc Cinder City, Lali needs to trigger Frozen, which will only happen if there's an underlying Hydro on enemies. But yeah. And so the rotation you end up doing instead is just this.
계약을 이행해. 냉동해야겠어.
I didn't use Farina Burst because I'm an idiot and I'm stupid. You just swap from Farina to Lali and give up on TTDSing SKIRK.
온 세상을 따뜻하게. 받을 필요 없어. 나와서. 긴 기러기의 날갯짓.
That's generally what you do. But that does mean that you lose out on that TTDS.
in order to give SKIRK the TDDS, you have to swap from Lali to SKIRK, and SKIRK is your carry, so you want to swap to her last. That means you got to swap to Escoffier and Farina first.
I mean,
but if you do for
I
you're not
already re-explained it.
TDD before is arguably is the best one, but unfortunately it's kind of cooked. Next option is Yelan. Yelan upside, you get personal damage from her, which makes it even easier to kill an enemy without needing SKIRK uptime to set up a roided out rotation for the next chamber.
Yeah, now the fact that you can set that up with a charge attack at the end of your uptime makes that a bit less relevant.
It's also pretty comfortable to play. You have more damage coming outside of your carry, so if you up, if you get hit, whatever, and you lose damage in your uptime because of that, it's not as big of a deal. Yelan downside, when you're not against freezable enemies, when you're against bosses, Yelan is gonna make it so you pretty much have very little, if any, cryo resonance uptime. And so, numbers-wise, against bosses, it will be worse. Next up is Shenhe. Shenhe, upside, you do get full cryo resonance, or not, or close to it. You get a bit of shred. You get a lot of useful stuff. Downside is that Shenhe's numbers are just pretty bad. And so, despite being a pretty solid option, she's not providing you with that much. On top of that, her quills only work in single target, so when you're in AoE content, she becomes worse. And I think the biggest downside for Shenhe is that she's the only unit on this list that's pretty worthless outside of freeze teams. And so if you're considering which one to get, unless you know you'll main SKIRK and only ever play her for the rest of your life, she's the one that provides the least value to your account. Yeah, another upside, what I talked about earlier when we looked at the boss, additional cryo application helps you with this specific boss more. But yeah, another downside with Shenhe is that the hold skill is a lot worse than the tap skill on her. It effectively means that instead of, in Ayaka teams, you get 10 quills per 20-second rotation. That's a quill every 2 seconds. In SKIRK teams, you get 7 quills per 22-second rotation, which is like 1 quill per 3 seconds. And then on top of that, in Ayaka teams, you get to buff with your damage percent, both Escoffier and Ayaka. And with SKIRK, you have to choose either the hold for normal buff or the tap for skill buff. I haven't looked that much in the hybrid 30-second rotations with Shenhe, where you do tap skill, burst, and then hold skill, normal attack uptime. But I'm not too optimistic about it because in a team like that, you also run into issues with Shenhe. So, like I was saying earlier, it's a bit better than I gave it credit for. It is actually, for Shenhe, from what I've seen, slightly better than the normal attack rotation now, post-buff. But not to the point where it's worth doing because it's so much more cringe to do. Don't bother. Don't make your life more complicated. Why do complicated thing when simple thing do trick? Has burst not having good uptime. Keep in mind the stat buffs that Shenhe provides. The 15 cryo damage from Ascension 1 is only for the 12 seconds of burst duration, and same for the cryo shred you get. Shenhe is actually a fairly low uptime character for buffs, and so in those hybrid rotations you get a lot less uptime on them. Despite all those issues, Shenhe is still pretty strong and competitive with the other options here. That leaves us with the last two, Maloney and Mona. Mona is the weakest one of these 5, but as a standard character, there's a bunch of people that have cons on her, and if you have her C4, she's actually the strongest one, or close to it. In general, Mona has a pretty big issue, which is that her ER requirements are really, really high, often to the point where it's impossible to reach the ER you need without an ER weapon. That being said, that's heavily alleviated by being played with another Hydro unit. And so in these Escoffier teams that often run 2 Hydro units, like with Farina, Mona's ER requirements can be reached without an ER weapon. And that opens up the possibility of using Mona with TTDS. Now, Mona gives 60 damage percent with her Omen, plus 48% attack from TTDS, plus 20% attack from Noblesse. That's actually a lot of stats. Problem is, Omen duration is only 5 seconds. In freeze teams, you can extend the Omen duration to more than 5 seconds. Omen duration, the way that it works is that the duration doesn't start ticking down until you pop the bubble, right? The burst applies a mark, and then when you hit an enemy, it pops the bubble, and then the Omen duration starts. But before the bubble pops, you still have the 60 damage percent, not just after it pops. The thing is that the bubble doesn't actually pop when you deal damage. It pops when enemies take poise damage. When enemies receive an attack that can...
But as you can see, by the way, you can still see the, like, constellation VFX on the enemy with the stars and shit until they get unfrozen, where it disappears, and now the Omen time starts ticking.
When enemies receive an attack that can stagger them, even if the attack doesn't stagger them, if it has the ability to stagger them, it will pop the bubble. That's why there's a few select abilities that do not pop Mona's bubble despite dealing damage. So you can see the bubble hasn't popped yet. The constellation is still there. We haven't dealt the damage. And it'll pop just because it expires around now. There it is. And this is when the duration starts.
Thing is, frozen enemies are immune to poise damage. That means that as long as the enemies don't get unfrozen, that bubble pop gets delayed until the freeze expires. Which means that in freeze teams, against freezable enemies, you get to extend that omen duration to more than 5 seconds. From what I've looked at, and obviously I can't test it with SKIRK because SKIRK's not out yet, but I've tested it using cryo normal attack on fielders like Charlotte. It seems like you can pretty reliably get 2 to 3 seconds of omen uptime extension. How good is that in practice? Well, it effectively means that you're getting about half of your uptime with the buff instead of closer to a third. It's not that big of a difference, but it's a nice little thing. Mona's C4 gives you crit rate while that omen is active. Now, this is not actually 15 crit rate overall because it's only while the omen is active and the omen doesn't have 100% uptime. But it's still a little bit of crit rate. A little bit of additional stats. You love to see it. You might be thinking, ooh, frozen duration extension. No, this is bugged. Mona's C1 has actually never helped frozen duration. It does not do anything and it never has. I know that some people were under the impression that it does because at some point I saw a post on Reddit that says, no, Mona C1 actually works and here's the proof. And they had footage of freeze duration being longer with Mona C1, but what it actually was the freeze duration being longer because they triggered freeze with a 2U aura instead of a 1U aura. They weren't comparing the same order of abilities with C1 and without it. They were comparing a different order of abilities. That's what made the freeze duration bigger. But yeah, no, this outright just does not do anything. The other parts work, right? It does increase vape damage. It does not increase freeze duration. Honestly though, even if it did, it wouldn't really matter. Even despite that 15% crit rate not having great uptime, because the characters are already so close together, it's actually enough to bring her from the bottom of the 5 to the top of the 5. But the biggest upside to Mona, out of these 5, is that she's a standard character, so a lot of people will have her without having to specifically pull for her, and if you're new, you'll be able to get her from the selector if you want, on the anniversary. Not that I'd necessarily... Yeah, I think that by itself is actually enough to make Mona the most appealing of these options. At least for newer players. For old players, a lot of people already have Yelan, because Yelan was a very popular and pretty powerful character for a long time. But for newer players that, you know, started playing more recently, that still, where you know, power creep's been in pretty much in full effect for a while now, pulling old characters like Yelan at this point is kind of hard to recommend. The fact that Mona is competitive with the other options here is a massive deal. Because you can get Mona without having to go for her. You can get her by losing a 50-50, you can get her from the selector. Which means that for new players, I would not recommend getting a 5-star as the last slot. You can use Mona. And while you're getting Mona, you can use your... Like, if you don't have Mona yet, you're going to get her on the selector. You can use Dahlia in the meantime. Dahlia is up here at C6. Before C6, he's a bit weaker. Necessarily recommend that. For long-term stuff, Mona's not that great, and there's a couple standard characters that have great constellations and that become actually decent units with them, but it's an option for you at least. Compared to the other characters here, one of the nicest things about Mona is that because her buff is very front-loaded, when you do the roided out rotation with the burst, that burst is gonna hurt a lot. And generally, it'll hurt more than with any other units you could be using. So for speedrunning, and just front-loaded damage in general, Mona can sometimes perform slightly better than she calcs. And finally, we have Molani. I don't know if I'm supposed to hate it or love it. I like it when characters have multiple potential roles, especially ones where it doesn't feel like they were explicitly designed for it. But I also feel like Molani being usable here is just a result of Cinder City being way too good. It's a mix of two things, actually. It's a result of Cinder City being way too good, but also a result of just not having a great last slot for this team. The reason why there's so many units that are close to one another in this team is because, honestly, none of them is that great. You're either playing units that have bad synergy or units that have bad numbers. And you kind of can't avoid that. The main thing that makes Molani competitive... Yeah, and by the way, what I mean here, units that have bad synergy, like Yelan, that doesn't have the best synergy. Or units that have bad numbers, like Mona or Shenhe. With the other units, is that it's not just that I mean, fuck, man. Seatlali is good here. Seatlali, the character whose main thing is shredding Hydro and Pyro, is good for the cryo carry. Just because Cinder City. Whatever. Get me out. She also actually has pretty good damage. When you go Cinder City, ER requirements become pretty trivial, and Milani's burst is actually pretty good. Even when you don't vape it, it's pretty decent. And so, if you go Milani, use your skill, use a normal attack instantly to generate your particles, and then burst, and then immediately swamp out, she's actually pretty alright. And on top of that, what's the biggest downside of TTDS in general? Is that the substat doesn't really increase your damage. It's a good support weapon, but it's not a good weapon for your damage. Guess what stat Milani scales with? That's right, she scales with HP. And so, unironically, TDS isn't even that much worse than the other options for her personal damage. And because of that, sure, she's not gonna end up being the main source of damage on your team, but her burst is gonna do, like, if you have her on a pretty decent build. Okay, bro. Alright, burst does a chill little 150k, 140k, 150k. It's nothing insane, but it does give you something that you can do during your downtime that's actually worth doing. And that was with pretty shit fanfare because first rotation stuff and we didn't consume any HP. And that makes it so that Milani ends up having DPS that's high 4 digits, low 5 digits, depending on the specific setup, which is actually enough to make up for the gap in her buffing capability between what she gives and what a character like Mona gives, for example. Here's the real kicker, though. Milani is not just good as a support in the SKIRK carry team. Yeah, you can ignore this whole thing now about like the quick swap Milani rotations because, again, they buffed SKIRK's normal attack, so quick swap Milani's not as good now. I'll say that in practice, I've honestly enjoyed using Milani the most because having a character that has a little bit of personal damage they can do to themselves can help finish off a wave that you've almost killed. Not against the Automaton. Against the Automaton, using a third slot that isn't cryo feels like ass, so just use a cryo unit. But outside of the Automaton, I'd say that Milani's the one I've been leaning towards the most when she's available. Also, quick swaps. Yeah. 5 power. Let's talk about Neuvillette. Neuvillette's current best team is Escoffier, Citlali, Farina. The thing is, you're getting a lot of damage percent from Farina and a lot of shred from Escoffier, and you don't have a great target for TTDS, which means that Citlali, while she is giving you a lot of the things that the team wants, they're all things that are already pretty diluted. And so the value that Citlali gives you in a team like this is fairly small, all things considered. And as it turns out, SKIRK is better. So SKIRK is indeed part of Neuvillette's best team, but honestly, with the buffs to her numbers, unless the enemy is specifically like resistant to cryo damage, I feel like there's little reason to play Neuvillette instead of Mona here. Just use normal attack SKIRK. In AoE content, I suppose Neuvillette will still perform better because of his great AoE coverage, but for bosses, just on field this SKIRK, buddy. Maybe Neuvillette isn't the best unit in the game anymore. Damn. Major upside that quick swap SKIRK has in general is that her damage is. No, it's Escoffier, yeah. Yeah, it might be. He might be. Actually properly AoE. The AoE of her burst is might be much bigger than the AoE of Ayaka's burst, and it's also a lot bigger than her normal attack's AoE. And obviously, if you play her specifically in a Neuvillette team, that's also AoE stuff pretty clearly. If you're playing quick swap SKIRK, Neuvillette is one of your stronger options, and obviously because you're playing we can skip to the rest. After these 6 characters, you get into the ones that are arguably worse. But, like I've already mentioned, the gap between what Inefa will fix it. Yeah, I mean, Inefa is going to make Neuvillette's best team better again. Is that 3 patches in a row that are going to be Neuvillette buffs? Escoffier, SKIRK, Inefa? It is, right? Dude, that's fucking crazy, by the way. That's fucked up. And then next patch, in 6.0, we're getting the Nogcry set, which is going to be a buff to Inefa in the Neuvillette team, which is going to be another buff to the Neuvillette team. Dude, fuck it, hell. Whatever, man. whatever character is best here based off of the specific content you're fighting and what you have, and the best like free-to-play available options, it's gonna be like at most around 10%. But yeah, so next, Xingqiu. Xingqiu is gonna be your best like free-to-play alternative if you don't have any of these. Xingqiu's pretty close to C0 Mona, but that's assuming you adjust his build properly, because in these teams his ER requirements are quite a bit lower, and assuming he's got a proper build. And I know a lot of people have their Xingqiu on throwaway builds, so if that's the case for you, then he won't be as good as a buffer. And Xingqiu's like pretty neatly in the middle, in between those 5 / if you include Nevilet 6 best slots and the like options.
Honestly, pretty much everyone that's left, there isn't that much to say about it. Not much has changed. They're all reasonable options. I've already talked about Dahlia. Yeah, we can skip to my conclusion on this.
Outright better. That's pretty much it. Like, there's others. You can use Kaya, you can use Child. If you really want to do these things, you can do whatever you want. As a general rule, it's the 5 I've mentioned, then there's like Nevilet kind of in conjunction with that. Then it's like Xingqiu, and then it's like the rest. I've seen a lot of people talk about that.
Yeah, well, now Dahlia's here, but that's pretty much the only thing that's changed.
Then it's like Xingqiu, and then it's like the rest. I've seen a lot of people talk about that in conjunction with that. Then it's like Xingqiu. Out of these 5, none of them is bad. They each have their respective upsides. If you have all of them and you're wondering which one you should use, I think that the optimal one will slightly depend on the scenario. Against bosses, I'd say probably Shenhe if you're against that new boss that wants Cryo App. Otherwise, probably Molani. But if playing Molani as a freeze support makes you feel icky, you don't have to play her. It's fine. You can play Mona. It won't be that different. If you don't have Farina, generally the off-field damage dealers are a little bit better than the buffers, because the other buffers are kind of ass. So getting stuff like Xingqiu Yelan often better than using stuff like Candace, Molani. Molani's not that bad actually, because she's got a bit of damage herself too. If you don't have Escoffier, your best bet is generally just gonna be Citlali, Xingqiu Yelan, generally gonna be what you want to go for. But it's honestly not that far ahead.
Do keep in mind, if you don't have Farina, in order for SKIRK to be good, you need to have some form of Void Rift generation, which means you need to have some form of off-field Hydro. So if you don't have Farina, you don't have Yelan, put the Xingqiu in the bag, little bro. You need some form of Hydro.
Of the more like weird stuff with like Rosaria, Xingqiu, Dahlia. Really not that much worse. But yeah, I'm expecting pretty much everyone to agree that she is one of the 5 strongest carries when she comes out. Right now, most people...
And again, that was before the buffs, and she got buffed.
Agree that the 4 strongest carries are these 4 characters. There's some people that are trying to sneak Ayaka in here, but I think that's gonna stop once SKIRK comes out and people realize that it's not Ayaka that's good, it's just Escoffier that's doing everything. With, in my opinion, these 2 characters being the best 2, and these 2 characters being pretty close together, noticeably below. I think that SKIRK is gonna be in this group more than in this group. Yeah. I think she's an interesting middle ground in between
100%.
Maoika and Nevilet, where she doesn't have Maoika's DPS, but she actually kind of does on her first rotation, and at high investment, it can be possible for content to take 1 rotation. And unlike Maoika, she gets to split her damage in 2 uptime windows on that first rotation, with the burst and then the skill. So if the enemies have some stalling, you can just wait out that stalling, which is something Maoika can't really do. But just in terms of DPS, she is going to be noticeably below. And then versus
Not
Nevilet,
as noticeably as we thought. But yeah.
she does more damage, but obviously the quality of life on any character is going to be worse than on Nevilet. The thing is, though, in terms of compared to other carries, SKIRK's quality of life is pretty good. Freeze is a very nice reaction to have against freezable enemies. It makes things so much more comfortable. If you ever played Freeze against a Wayob, you'll know. But also, her rotations are incredibly straightforward. Use your setup abilities and then spam normal attacks, and you'll get most of the value. Technically, dash cancels are worth using, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. The rotations on Nevilet for optimal stuff tend to be a little bit more dank. I will still stand by Nevilet being the best carry because I value the quality of life very highly. I don't think SKIRK's going to change that. The biggest problem...
Okay, so I don't know if that necessarily stays the case now that Stygian Onslaught is out. Stygian Onslaught is balanced in a way where C0 R0 stuff needs to be like for difficulty 5, it needs to be the good teams in order to clear. Which makes a lot of Nevilet's quality of life a lot less relevant. And just DPS number more relevant. On top of that, this is all single target. Which means that Nevilet's AoE matters less. Honestly, the release of this content is a big hit for Nevilet. Because the DPS check is higher, so the fact that while Nevilet has good DPS, it's not the most amazing that we have. It matters a lot more. And on top of that, it's single target, so Nevilet's great AoE doesn't matter. It might be time to take Nevilet out, honestly. Venti looking at Nevilet first time? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways. Is gonna be that her best teams want Farina, and so does Nevilet's best team, which means if you already have Nevilet, SKIRK might not be that big of an upgrade to your teams, especially with next patch introducing 3-team content, where you'll want to have 3 different teams. If that's the case for you, yeah, no, she is an upgrade. I was doing some testing with Nevilet teams and with SKIRK teams, and I can clear the automaton in my best SKIRK team with like 50 seconds to spare, but I'm not even sure if I can clear it at all with my best Nevilet team. It's cooked, man. Actually, that's not true. I can definitely clear it with my best Nevilet team because with SKIRK. But there's also the fact that this guy has minus 30 cryo resistance and 30 hydro resistance, which is like Omega Cryo Shell. But so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, Nevilet is definitely losing a little bit in value with this patch. For you, if you are, because they're releasing a very powerful carry whose best teammate is whose best teammates include Farina, which gives competition to Nevilet for your Farina team. And they're releasing single target content. That's 2 things that are pretty rough for Nevilet. Anyways. Someone who currently has an Escafie Nevilet team and a Maoika Melt or something like that, maybe it'll be better for you to get a unit that has a strong team that doesn't have overlap with these 2 than getting SKIRK. Or you can just get SKIRK to upgrade your Nevilet team. Anyways, I don't like SKIRK's design. I think that gameplay-wise, she's kind of boring. I like that you can choose between burst and normal attack, and I like that there's going to be situations where you do a hybrid, a mix between the 2. But just the actual playstyle itself seems really boring. I'm tired of just normal attackers that aren't even reliant on reactions and like aura stuff. I think it's a little bit boring, but it is what it is. And I also think that like her reliance on Escafie and Farina is just unnecessary. They didn't need to give... Honestly, the gameplay just being fucking mash normal attack and then sometimes you like hold it instead of mashing it and sometimes press your Q button is boring as hell. Give her the... It's unfortunate. The Omega Multiplier passive for Escafie to be her best team. It would have been her best team regardless. But Shiloden being noticeably worse than Mika pisses me off, man. Like, I think you're going too far with that shit. That passive was not necessary. I would have preferred if that freeze reliance was through Void Rifts only being generated by freeze, and it would have given her a bit more flexibility. But oh well, it is what it is. That pretty much does it for the SKIRK stuff. As much as I kind of hate her design, I'm kind of looking forward to her release. I think she'll be pretty fun to play. As usual, hope you learned a thing or two. Hope you enjoyed. Do all the good old YouTube stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. Keep in mind, this is all pre-release stuff. I haven't gotten around to testing her because she's not out yet. If you want opinions on SKIRK once I'm more confident in what I think about her,
That's
keep an
now.
eye out for the first impressions video that I'll be posting the day after the patch, and later on the post-release once
That's
I've
this.
gotten around to testing her a decent amount. Or I'll be talking.
Yeah. All right. SKIRK is pretty good. Honestly, there really isn't that much to say outside of what's already been said. She's strong. Honestly, the biggest obstacle to me saying, like, hey, SKIRK is really good, you should get her, is you look at recent history, every character has been really good, you should get them. And I feel like they're gonna keep that up. I fully expect even more power creep in the first few patches of Nodcry. So, people have a limited amount of Primo gems. I don't know how much I'd lean towards units like SKIRK that are pretty reliant on other 5 stars in order to reach their optimal level. Because if the future characters are less reliant on other 5 stars, then maybe it's better to save your Primo gems for them. In any case, that's going to be it for the post-release. I hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Do all the good old YouTube stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. Bye. Alright! Chat. We're done. We're done. I'm not doing the SKIRK quest today. Definitely. I'm too tired. Takes a lot out of me to record a post-release. Oh yeah, I can let the editors know. Where the fuck is the chat? There it is. Recorded SKIRK post-release. Don't make me exercise, you little shit. Alright, let's spend some more resin. Do you guys think my SKIRK is built normally now? Yo. Okay, bad. What's your diet like these days? Starving? Yeah, pretty much. You get it. You get it.
등장! 전처리! 핫! 지치 밑에 계약을 이행! 차! 미와 만! 폭발! 마무리는 너의
don't know if I needed to do that.
짜잔! 반짝이는 순간 나와서 일해. 암뮤트 푸드 궁극의 맛을
가라앉아. 예상 밖의
Fuck. I didn't get it to 0 in time. I'm an idiot.
날 봐줄 필요 없어. 치침이 천천히 흰 기러기의 날갯짓.
넘쳐 흐른다. 와라. 헛. 헛. 쳐.
내 이름으로 노래하렴. 시틀라린 니즈 파파 공격해. 암뮤트 푸드 비와 말 폭.
가라앉아. 힘.
What? Bro, why is it not staying down? It's supposed to stay down.
나와서 일해. 궁극의 맛을 보여주지.
아직 부족한.
I'm annoyed. See Lolly calling out? Yeah, but it's not supposed to be like this exactly. It's supposed to be a little bit less cringe. Okay, well, fuck you.
와라.
온 세상을 따뜻하게. 치치미틀 계약을 이행해. 암뮤트 푸드 흰 기러기의 날. 내 이름으로 노래하렴. 박한 별한테 혼나보시지. 궁극의 맛을 보여주지.
힘.
Okay, we're good.
쳐.
등장! 반짝이는 순간 나와서 일해. 냉동해야겠어. 비와 말 폭격.
넘쳐 흐른다. 헛. 헛.
Oh, well. I don't need to lock that in. Alright. Garbage. Alright, big. Let's go in the EU account, spend the rest of our resin, and I think that's gonna be it. I'm tired. Is increasing Spirit Talent from 7 to 10 a super big increase? Yes, it is. What weapon do you use? I'm always either on Finale or on Eshu. Forgiveness. Star Quest tomorrow? Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow for sure. Alright. Any Elpers? We'll only do one. Any other Elpers? Have you granted books for Moega yet? No, I haven't. I'm not doing anything other than Siege Onslaught and weekly bosses. Until Siege Onslaught increased efficiency is over. Oops. Wait. Here, yeah. Forever until this is over, which is 5 more days. I'm not doing anything other than artifacts. Weekly bosses can wait until sitting is over. Yeah, but I did this week's weekly bosses. The three from this week. Dude. What's going on here? Okay, there we go.
뜨끈뜨끈하지?
태양이 나를 따른다. 얼어붙은 선.
Alright, this is gonna be the one. The one artifact we've been waiting for this whole time. Nope. Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for today. A bit of a shorter stream compared to the streams we've had lately, but it is what it is. Tomorrow's SKIRK quest, and probably a bunch of progress on this account as well. Raid Jamie? We can raid Jamie.